transition period and to face life in this new millennium. Ya Malik, Ya Qudus, Ya Salam. Ya Allah, show us guidance and adjust our path and way and to achieve happiness and glory. Let us surround by good people and prevent us from doing bad and evil things. Allah bless our life in this chemistry and love program. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Muhammad Shazan, for the dua just now. Next, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Nazrizawati binti Ahmad Tajuddin, the advisor of Chemistry Fusion Club, to give her welcome speech and greetings.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all the participants. Thank you so much to the moderator for this program and the Committee of Chemistry Fusion Club session 2021 and 2022. Also, big thank you to the committee from State University of Surabaya for their willingness to join and collaborate with us. We are so happy to welcome all of you on board. On behalf of the department, we believe you will all bring great insight into this project. Welcome aboard. First of all, let us praise the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala with His blessing. We are able to attend the program together. The title for today's program is Chill Chemistry in Life. On this occasion, a big appreciation and congratulations to all members of the Chemistry Fusion Club and also to their respective leader, Nur Fatin Najiha binti Mahadi, as the director of this program, because they have shown a very great effort and commitment to making this program become a successful. Not to mention, congratulations to all the members of the State University of Surabaya committee for their willingness to put the effort and also the sacrifice required to successfully organize this program together with us. For your information, this program is carried out to raise awareness about the basic knowledge of chemistry involved in our daily life. More than that, all participants that are involved in this program will gain an interest in the chemistry field and also will learn an importance of chemistry education in our society nowadays. To all participants, I hope this program can give benefit to everyone involved and also will help to create new vision of our society as well. Last but not least, thank you again to all committees and participants that are involved to make sure that this program becomes successful. Gratitude is offered to all parties who are directly or indirectly involved in this program. May our honors and ongoing effort contributed to the country's progress, prosperity, and also harmony so that we achieve together for the future generation. Good job, everyone. All right. Thank you. That's all from me. Enjoy the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nazrizawati. Before we continue this program, let us have a photo session. We kindly ask the audience to turn on the camera. I would like to call Amira Sofia to handle this session.
All participants are encouraged to turn on your camera and can use the visual background that we have provided in the WhatsApp group.
Okay, you guys can open your camera.
Let's give a few more minutes for the participants to turn on their camera. Allow me to invite Muhammad Shazwan to snap the picture.
Hello, everyone ready? One, two, three. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Next, to proceed to our main agenda, I would like to invite the Bureau Multimedia to present a montage for this program. Thank you for the wonderful video from Bureau Multimedia. What an amazing piece of art, right? Let's give them a round of applause.
I would like to give a very quick briefing about our program flow for today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see here, there will be 3 sharing slots from 3 different amazing speakers. With the end of each slot, we will have a Q&A session and a lucky draw. We will have a short break after the second slot and continue at 2:30 p.m. for the third slot. After that, we will followed by the third lucky draw session. And finally, we will end our program with a very quick quiz session.
Distinguished guests, for our first slot, I would like to introduce our first speaker. She is currently a professor at University Technology Mara with 33 years experience in teaching. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in chemistry from New Mexico Tech Socorro in New Mexico, USA, and holds an MPhil in physical and organic chemistry from the University of Cambridge, UK, and holds PhD in organic chemistry synthesis from University Technology Mara. She received an award from Cambridge Commonwealth Society, University of Cambridge, UK in 1997, Asian Co-Program Lectureship Award to Taiwan in 2014, and Institute Kimia Malaysia IKM Registered Chemist in 2019. Please welcome Prof. Dr. Zurina binti Haji Shamri to present the topic of small molecules, big potential, the art of organic synthesis.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Can you hear me? Boleh dengar tak?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Ms. Chairperson, for the kind introduction. And also thank you very much to the Chemistry Fusion Club for inviting me to share a bit about organic chemistry, organic molecules, and also a bit about organic synthesis. I hope pagi-pagi ni tak ada orang yang tertidur ya lepas ni. Macam ambil organic class pula. Okay, so let me share my slide first. Okay, can you view the slide?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, good. No, I will try to make it a PowerPoint slide. Now, can you view the slide presentation? It's bigger now, right?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, kejap ya. I nak change to pointer. Okay, so like I've said just now, thank you for inviting me. So I will talk generally on organic chemistry. I will not focus organic chemistry per se like what we had for our organic chemistry 1 and organic chemistry 2 classes. So, and I will focus also on molecules which are small organic molecules but having potentials. Okay, so those molecules would be having a molecular weight of about 250 grams per mole or maybe less. So I will not cover big molecules or large polymers, polymeric materials, or supramolecular complexes, things like proteins, carbohydrates. Those are very large molecules. So I will not focus on those. We'll look only at small molecules. So I have here on this first slide, the structure of two small molecules which are common to you. The one at the top here, if you look carefully, that is actually the structure of vitamin C. And the one at the bottom here is actually the structure of vitamin B3. So these are considered to be small organic molecules, mainly contains carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen mostly. And sometimes they have the halogens, phosphorus, sulfur, but mainly kita akan look at molecules having such structures ataupun similar structures, small size. Okay, everybody's here is a chemistry major, right? Ada yang bukan chemistry major tak? Or everybody is chemistry major. So I think you should know by now what is chemistry. So it's actually a study to understand how life processes or how life works. You might not be aware that everything that you hear, see, smell, taste, and even touch involves chemistry and chemical constituents. Okay, and there are many branches of chemistry. Nowadays, they have many modern branches of chemistry, like the medicinal chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, environmental chemistry. But ada juga nanochemistry nowadays. But the main conventional branches of chemistry are actually the organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, analytical chemistry, and biochemistry. Okay, I'm not sure whether you learned biochemistry in your undergraduate years, but those universities in the US and in the UK, they have biochemistry as one of the subjects in chemistry majors. So, which one do you think is the most difficult branch of chemistry? Ada siapa-siapa nak jawab tak?
Physical chemistry.
Yes, I agree. To me personally, when I was in the undergraduate years, to me the physical chemistry is very difficult, especially quantum chemistry. Okay, but there are quite a number of cartoon characters and caricatures. Yeah. Okay, there are quite a number of cartoon characters and caricatures which actually imply or indicate that organic chemistry is difficult. Okay, so but there are also these caricatures indicating that chemistry, organic chemistry, is actually fun if you look carefully. Now, I punya slide berubah ke? Can you see the slide changes? Okay, because I
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, but actually, there are quite a number of organic chemistry textbooks for dummies. Have you seen these books or not? I have organic chemistry for beginners, but I don't know where the books are. But organic chemistry for dummies, they are available in the market. I've never seen them physically, but you can buy these books from the Amazon. They are actually chemistry books like this. Now, organic chemistry is very important in our life. The food that you eat, the fertilizers, the pesticide, preservatives, additives, most of the things that you use are made up of organic compounds or organic molecules. The clothes that you wear, the materials that you use, polymers, coatings, dye, adhesive, they are made up of organic compounds. Modern industry, petrochemical industry, environmental chemistry industry, pharmaceutical industry, they are also made up of organic compounds. The drugs, the medicine, the supplements, all those medicine and supplements in the pharmacy and also in the hospitals, like the aspirin, the paracetamol, they are all organic compounds if you're not aware of it. Okay. Organic chemistry is actually a study to understand the chemistry of life. We, organic chemists, can work together with physicists and mathematicians to understand how molecules behave. And we can also work with biologists to understand, to determine life processes. But we worked with scientists, and that is what we call the multidisciplinary type of collaboration. We can also work with non-scientists. We can work with environmentalists. We can work with chefs. We can make chefs prepare foods that can last longer. We can help chefs to prepare food that tastes better. So when we deal or we collaborate with non-scientists, this is what we call transdisciplinary type of collaboration. Okay, so we can work with almost everybody. Now, do you know that there are 7 million known organic compounds in the world? Okay, banyak tu actually, 7 million known organic compounds. But there are only 1.5 million inorganic compounds. Do you know what's the differences between the organic compounds and the inorganic compounds? Okay, you all have learned, you all in dah semester berapa? Many of you ada yang semester 5, semester 4, so you should be able to know the differences. So actually, inorganic compounds are organic compounds. It's just you have to embed metal ions into the organic compounds. Then you would have the inorganic compounds. So compounds with organic compounds are compounds with diversified properties. We can find them either in the form of crystals. They can also be in the form of solids, oils, waxes, gases, elastics, plastics, mobile or volatile liquids. They can be in any form. Okay, here are some examples of small organic compounds which are very beneficial in our life. Okay, vitamin A aldehyde. This is actually the structure of the main constituent in your eye retina. It's small molecules, right? It consists of maybe the molecular weight is less than 300 grams per mole. Then you have the structure of serotonin here. Serotonin is a human neurotransmitter. Both serotonin and endorphin, you look at the structure of endorphin. Endorphin is a little bit bigger, but both serotonin and endorphin are actually your feel-good hormone. Pernah dengar tak? These are actually your feel-good hormone. These are the molecules that contribute to your happy mood. Whenever you feel depressed or upset, you need to secrete more of the serotonin and endorphin so that you'll become happier. Okay. This is the structure of a molecule that contributes to the sweet smell of jasmine flower. And specifically, this is called cis-jasmone because you have a cis configuration here at this particular carbon-carbon double bond. And this is the molecule that contributes to the sweet smell of roses, which is called damascenone. And this is the structure of quinine, which is your anti-malaria drug. Okay, so these are examples of small molecules, organic molecules, which have significance in daily life. Now, not all small organic compounds have sweet taste, sweet smell, or nice taste or nice smell. There are some small molecules which considered to be having a bad reputation. Okay, two most common examples would be thioacetone and ethane thiol. These two molecules have been described by British chemists in Leeds in 1819. It was in a soap industry, if I'm not mistaken. There was an accident in 1890. There was a mishap. They spilled out thioacetone and ethane thiol in the kilang or in the company. So whole kilang or company had a very bad smell, pungent smell for the next few months. Okay, the smell can last quite a long time. So the British chemists described these molecules having a very fearful smell. Okay. So another example is ESO researchers in the Oxford, UK in 1967. They described thioacetone and ethane thiol to have to be beyond their worst expectations. Okay, some other examples include the skunk spray. Have you seen skunk before? Skunk in Malay, it is called sigong. Actually, Malay Indonesian. Malay Malaysia, I do not know what they call. But the skunk spray actually contains of aliphatic compounds which contain sulfur atoms in it. So do not try to make skunk angry or anxious. They have some kind of a defense mechanism that they emit a certain spray which consists of these two molecules which give a very bad odor, a very pungent odor. Okay, so that is how they defend themselves. Another example of molecules having a bad smell is durian. Okay, it depends on you whether you want to describe durian having a bad smell or a nice smell. Sekarang ni musim durian kan. Every corner of the junction or simpang 4, simpang 3, you see durian store. So this is a true story. This was published in the in one of the newspaper article in April 2018. Baru lagi in Melbourne Library. The whole library evacuated, thinking that there was a gas leak. But later they find out that actually ada somebody put kulit durian ataupun biji durian outside the library that caused that bad smell. And that smell is actually due to ethyl sulfonyl ethane thiol, this molecule. Durian mainly consists of this. Okay, and sometimes you can smell a very nice smell of durian. That nice smell is actually contributes to ester, because you all semua tahu kan ester has a very nice smell. And the main ester constituent ataupun ester component in durian is actually ethyl methyl butanoate. Okay, so it depends. Sometimes ada durian yang have more of the ester than the sulfur compound. Usually, compounds having sulfur atoms have bad smell. Okay, so if you are working in the lab, you would tengok dulu what are the reagents that you use. If the reagent consists of sulfur atoms, normally they would have a very bad smell. So please open all windows. On all the ventilations. Kalau ada kipas, buka kipas. Switch off the aircon. Okay, so that is my advice when you are dealing with reagents consist of sulfur. Okay, organic chemistry, like I've said just now, plays a very significant role in the industry. Chemistry-based companies like the drugs, the pharmaceutical industries, they make organic molecules from a few kilograms to thousands of tons per year. Petrochemical industry also contributes to our economic growth based on organic chemistry. The paint industry, this is well known, like the DuPont, Monsanto, ICI, they really make money from organic compounds and also organic chemistry. Okay, and other industries that flourish from organic chemistry are the flavors and fragrances industry, like the international flavors and fragrances in the US and also in the Switzerland. Every year they produce quite a large range of fine chemicals. Some are the new chemicals or the known chemicals for perfume, cosmetic and also food industries. So I can show here some examples of those types of molecules which contributes to that sweet smell ataupun nice smell and taste. This is the structure of alkyl pyrazine, which contributes to that coffee aroma. Okay, and this is the structure of corylone, which gives the roasted caramel aroma. This is furaniol, that gives the sweet strawberry taste ataupun smell. And this is structure of vanillin. You are familiar kan vanillin. We used to prepare to do esterification of vanillin when you did your organic 2 for those who are chemistry majors. And this is the structure of menthol. And this is the structure of NutraSweet, which is your sweetener, or sometimes it is called aspartame. Okay, pharmaceutical industries, they produce drugs and medicines of many different kinds. I have here some common examples of drugs. Drugs ni normally we refer to as medicine, not the drugs yang buat kita high tu ya. Bukannya ganja tu. Okay, drugs are normally when you go to the pharmacies too, sometimes it is called a drugstore. So this is the structure of ranitidine. Ranitidine is, dia punya commercial name is called Zantac. For those of you yang ada gastric, you are very familiar with Zantac. So this is actually to treat gastritis and also ulcer. Nowadays, there are quite a number of ulcer treatment medication. The most common one nowadays is pantoprazole, the structure below here. Pantoprazole is commonly found in Controloc and Nexium, also ubat gastrik. This is a structure of Viagra. Pernah dengar Viagra kan? Kalau tak tahu apa Viagra, you ask Dr. Google. Okay, and this is a structure of atenolol. Atenolol is actually ubat darah tinggi. It is to treat and prevent hypertension. Also published by Seneca. Okay, we go into a little bit of the technical part of this talk. Now, what is synthesis? And what does it mean by to synthesize? Do you really know what it means by synthesis? Okay, to synthesize means to make or to prepare or to build or to construct. So meaning that it's just like playing with Lego set. You have small parts, you combine them up and you got a wholesome part or a bigger part. Basically, that is what synthesis means. Okay, a synthesis is the process of making a desired compound using chemical reactions, and most of the time, these reactions requires more than one step. Okay, more than one step involved in a synthesis. Now, I like to give the quote or the definition by a very famous professor, organic chemistry professor. Professor Nicolau is actually a professor of chemistry from the Rice University in Houston, Texas. He described what organic synthesis and what are organic synthetic chemists are in a proceeding of the Royal Society. He published this in the proceeding of the Royal Society. Professor Nicolau, before that, I would like to give some introduction on him. He's responsible for the synthesis of many complex molecules found in nature, which include Taxol. In 2016, he, together with 6 other scientists, was awarded a very prestigious award in chemistry, which is called the Wolf Prize in Chemistry. And according to Professor Nicolau, synthetic organic chemists have the power to replicate some of the most intriguing molecules of living nature in the laboratory and apply their developed synthetic strategies and technologies to construct variations of them. So what I'm reading is actually the one in the red box. Okay. So what he wanted to say is that organic synthetic chemists are those chemists that have the knowledge, have the skill, and also have the ability to synthesize or to make molecules from nature. And at the same time, they have the knowledge, the skill, and the ability to synthesize derivatives or analogs of these molecules from their synthetic methodology. And sometimes, or maybe I can say most of the time, these analogs and these derivatives can be of better potential than the natural constituents. That's how we develop drugs and other materials. So it's a very noble job organic synthetic chemists are having. Okay, but I do not know why there are not many organic synthetic chemists in Malaysia. Okay, there are not many organic synthetic chemists in Malaysia. We have a few, tapi ramai majority is actually here in UITM. Okay, in Malaysia. Okay, so what is asymmetric synthesis? Do you know that most of the drugs, most of the medicine, the supplements, or the therapeutic molecules, natural products that can be found in nature, they are in the form of enantiomers? Do you know what enantiomers are? Tak ingat Okay, enantiomers are actually compounds which sometimes we call chiral compounds. Okay, do you know what chiral compounds are? Normally, chiral compounds are molecules having chiral atoms. Okay, so we go into a little bit of a technical part. Why is it significant to have one particular chiral molecule, not a mixture, not a racemate? Okay, I'd like to give an example of thalidomide. Here, what I have here on the slide is 2 structures. Both of them are actually thalidomide. The one on the left is actually the R enantiomer. This is the R enantiomer. And the one on the right is the S enantiomer. Okay, they are chiral molecules. They have chiral atom. Where is the chiral atom? The one that I've labeled with the green arrows. Okay, what are enantiomers? Enantiomers are actually molecules having the same kind of atoms, the same number of atoms, the same arrangement and design of the atoms, but sometimes one or more of the atoms have different orientation in space. Because of they having the different orientation in space, they have the same physical properties, the same chemical properties, but they have different biological properties. It's just like the lock and key mechanism. And these examples is like your left hand and your right hand. Betul tak? That means if you look at your left hand and your right hand, they are mirror images to one another. But no matter how you twist and turn your hands or these enantiomers, you will never get them to be superimposed to one another. Okay, so in other words, they would be different from one another in terms of their biological or therapeutic ability. So, Even though you synthesize thalidomide, you have to make sure that you synthesize the molecules with the correct molecular conformation and structural configuration. That is very significant. And we need a job of an organic synthetic chemist to synthesize those kinds of molecules. Now, why it is important to synthesize molecules with the correct conformation and molecular configuration? You look at thalidomide. Thalidomide was marketed in Germany in 1957. It is used as a sedative, as a medicine, as a treatment to combat morning sickness among pregnant women ataupun expecting ladies. Okay, and at that time they marketed only the R enantiomer because it is known that R enantiomer is the sedative, is the medicine. The S enantiomer, on the other end, is a toxin. It's a poison. It's a human teratogen. That means dia boleh alter DNA of human. Okay. And when they were first marketed in 1957, given to hospitals to give to expecting ladies, it was fine. But later in the 1950s, in the late 1959, they discovered that quite a number of babies were born without hands or without feet. Okay, they were called thalidomide babies or flipper-like limbs. Okay, so the scientists and also the doctors there were quite confused. What happens actually? Because the R enantiomer is actually the sedative, not the poison. So later they found out that the R enantiomer can undergo racemization, flipping of the atoms at the chiral carbon in acidic condition. Kita punya stomach has a very low pH, betul tak? pH 1. So what actually happens, the R enantiomer undergo racemization in the stomach. So produce the S enantiomer. So the S enantiomer, as what I've said earlier, is a human teratogen. It alters the DNA of human. So the children were born with flipper-like limbs. Dia macam anjing laut, macam seal. Okay, with short hand or sometimes with short legs. So that is the significance of making sure your compounds have the right configuration. Now, another example is limonene. On the left here is called the R-limonene and the right side here is called the S-limonene. These two limonene have quite unique properties. They are enantiomers. Now their physical properties are also the same, are different. The R-limonene has that orange-like odor. Dia bau dia fresh, bau citrus. But the S-limonene has the pungent-like odor, which is like a lemon. Okay, and they both have that anti-cancer effects. Okay, now for organic synthetic chemists, when we want to synthesize a molecule, how are we going to do it? So normally when we want to synthesize a small molecules, we have to do a retrosynthetic analysis first. What does it mean by retrosynthetic analysis? Retrosynthetic analysis is actually a reverse engineering. Okay, if for an example, here I give you an example of streptopyrrolidine because it is a small molecule and it's quite simple to synthesize it. I'll explain to you later. But before that, streptopyrrolidine is actually a natural compound. It is an angiogenesis inhibitor isolated from a kind of deep sea bacteria. It is an angiogenesis inhibitor, meaning that it can inhibit the growth of new blood vessels, especially in tumor and cancer cell. So if you use streptopyrrolidine on those having tumor or cancer, certain kind of tumor and cancer, it can stop the tumor from growing. Okay, so it has that therapeutic and medicinal effect. Now, if you want to synthesize streptopyrrolidine, you have to perform a retrosynthetic analysis. What does this retrosynthetic analysis means? Kita break up the molecules functional group by functional group, parts by parts, in a very sequential manner, systematic manner, and at the end of the day, you come up with a starting materials which are cheap and readily available and can be bought from the chemical supplier. Okay. Normally, retrosynthetic analysis can be done without you going into the lab. Tak payah masuk lab. Okay. You just need a pen or a pencil and a paper and your thinking cap, your brain. Okay, to do it. So you can do it at home on your bed. Okay. So when you do your retrosynthetic analysis, you come up with the synthetic roots. In the lab, you purchase these chemicals. Kalau contoh streptopyrrolidine, the starting materials would be phenylalanine methyl ester and methyl melanate potassium salt. And bear in mind, when you ask an organic synthetic chemist to do a retrosynthetic analysis, each and every one us will have a different synthetic route. Tak semua orang fikir yang sama. It depends on an individual. If you ask me, maybe I will come up with this route. If you ask Dr. Fazli, kenal kan Dr. Fazli? Dr. Fazli will also come up with a different synthetic route. If you ask Dr. Hidayah, he will use a different synthetic route. Because how you break the molecules, it depends on the individual. Okay, so that's why there are competitions in synthesizing drug molecules in the market. Which group researchers can provide the most efficient synthetic route or the shortest synthetic route is actually considered to be the winner. Okay, so what I've said just now is when you have these two starting materials, you purchase from the chemical supplier, and then you go into the lab and you synthesize them according to the route that you have come up with in the reverse manner. And at the end of the day, you get your streptopyrrolidine. So that's what we did in the lab. So with phenylalanine, kita work backwards. I will not go into the details of this. Nanti jadi kelas organic chemistry itu pula. And at the end of the day, kita will get your streptopyrrolidine. So if you look carefully at the structure of streptopyrrolidine, there are two chiral centers, am I right? There are carbon number 4 and carbon number 5. By right, you could produce, kalau ada 4 chiral centers, you could, 2 chiral centers, you could produce 4 enantiomers. Am I right? So it could be a 4R5R streptopyrrolidine, 4S5S, 4R5S, 4S5R. Okay. And we do not want to synthesize molecules that can have no therapeutic ability or beneficial effect. We want to synthesize the molecules of the natural compounds yang ada that properties or biological activities. So we organic synthetic chemists have to be able to know how to control the reactions, how to control the reaction steps, the reaction mechanism to obtain what is needed. So that's what we did in the lab. In the last step, we perform a stereo-controlled reduction reaction using sodium triacetoxyborohydride to reduce the carbonyl ketone at the C4 position. Okay, and eventually we obtain the cis isomers, which is the natural streptopyrrolidine 4R5R and the unnatural 4S5S. The trans isomers kita tak dapat, kita tak produce, and we did not synthesize and obtain. Okay, so we eliminated 2 of the diastereomers. And when we perform a further purification technique using HPLC and also recrystallization technique, we managed to separate the major isomer, which is the natural streptopyrrolidine, from the unnatural isomer, which is the 4S5S streptopyrrolidine. But the unnatural one is considered not to be a waste. We can still use this to convert it to other bioactive natural compound, which is pyrrocin. Pyrrocin is actually an antifungal alkaloid. Okay, So that's what we did. And that is an example of how we managed to obtain or synthesize the molecules with the right configuration and structural conformation. Okay, another example is pachydermine. If you look at the structure of pachydermine, it also have a similar pyrrolidine 2,4-dione ring system like streptopyrrolidine just now, but it have a different subunits, oxalate subunit and benzylidine subunits. So I will not go into details of this. Okay, you have to perform a retrosynthetic analysis. So retrosynthetic analysis dia panjang. Okay, and at the end of the day, we perform the backwards reactions to synthesize pachydermine in only 6 steps. So this is actually work done by one of my PhD student. Kalau you all know, Dr. Nur Hidayah Pungut. Okay, she did her PhD with me. So this is actually her work. Yes, okay, in 2016. Okay, where am I right now? Yang tadi mukadimah aja. Namanya mukadimah, setengah jam. Okay, where am I right now? I am in Institute of Science. Institute of Science is one of the centers of excellence in UITM. We are not under the Faculty of Applied Sciences. Center of Excellence in UITM ada banyak, ada 13 ke 14, and we focus on lifting up the research agenda of the university. So for Institute of Science, just nak bagi introduction, there are 3 centers under Institute of Science. There are Center of Functional Materials and Nanotechnology, Center of Chemical Synthesis and Polymer Technology, Center of Astrophysics and Applied Radiation. So where am I? Where our Organic Synthesis Research Group are? We are in the Center of Chemical Synthesis and Polymer Technology. Okay. And the center can be divided further into 2 groups. You have the Synthesis and Chemical Biology group, and the other group is the Polymer Technology group. So I will not touch or focus on Polymer Technology group. I will focus only on the Synthesis and Chemical Biology group. So the Synthesis and Chemical Biology group, I tak tahulah how many of you pernah nampak these lecturers. The head is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli. You kenal kan dia? I think you have classes with him also. He's the head of the group and also the center. The members are actually myself, Dr. Nohana. Dr. Nohana is a microbiology, and we are actually honorary researcher. Kami berdua dah pension. Okay, the fellow tetap Dr. Karimah and Dr. Nur Hidayah Pungut. The associate members are Dr. Umi Mashida and Dr. Maslinda. These 2 are associate members of the Institute of Science. I'm just introducing them. Manalah tahu later after you have graduated, you want to further your study and you're interested in doing organic synthesis, come to our lab. Okay, and we have our last but not least, Professor Dr. Ahmad Sazali, who is our honorary advisor. Dia pun dah pension, but he is currently the rector for UCS, University Campus Selangor. Okay, and he is actually the founder of the Organic Synthesis Research Group in UITM. Okay, so he is now our advisor. And the Synthesis and Chemical Biology Group, altogether we have 3 labs. The Microbiology Research Lab and the Tissue Culture Research Lab. These are under the Biology Group. The labs are here in Shah Alam, main campus. The Organic Synthesis Research Lab, our lab, is not here in Shah Alam, but it is in Puncak Alam campus. Okay, so we have the basic instruments to do synthesis. We have NMR, we have HRMS, we have HPLC, FTIR, elemental analyzer, polarimeter to determine the configuration, and microwave reactor. Okay, now what are the current research in our group? Our group focused mainly on 5-membered nitrogen heterocycles with a pyrrolidine ring system. So examples of 5-membered nitrogen heterocycles with a pyrrolidine system is the one that I've shown you just now, like the pachydermine and also the streptopyrrolidine. Okay, so we do a lot of synthesis and chemical exploration of these types of molecules. Now, before that, this is an aerial view of the Puncak Alam campus. I'm not sure how many of you have been to Puncak Alam campus. Dah pernah pergi tak? Tak pernah? Tak pernah. I tengok
Not yet, Doktor.
Ada?
Belum. Tak pernah
Okay,
lagi.
tak ada. Nanti kalau ada opportunity, naiklah. Rapid KL free je kot rasanya. Okay, Smart Selangor punya bus. Ada free. It's a very big campus. And we are actually in bangunan FSK, Faculty Sains Kesihatan, this building. Here actually, on the top floor, which is on the 9th floor. Okay, atas sekali, and it has very nice view from our lab, trust me. Okay, and back to our synthesis just now. Pyrrolidine 2,4-dione ring are actually this. It is a nitrogen heterocycles, 5-membered, yang ada carbonyl groups either at the 2,4 position. That is why it is called pyrrolidine 2,4-dione. Or sometimes we also synthesize 2,3 pyrrolidine 2,4-dione. That means it has a carbonyl group at the carbon 3 position. Pyrrolidine 2,4-dione, sometimes it is called tetramic acid. These ring systems are commonly found in many bioactive natural compounds. Itu yang signifikannya. And one example is oxiracetam, which is a nootropic drug. If you break up the bond, the amide bond, can you see this is actually an amide bond functionality? If you hydrolyze this bond, break this up with a very strong acid, you can get the alpha amino metal ester or gamma amino acids, which is called GABA. And you can perform different types of reactions on this ring system. As an example is melanomycin. So for the last 20 years, okay, our group has been established for the last 20 years in UITM. We have quite a number of postgraduate students and also researchers synthesizing these molecules in our lab. We had students synthesizing prucin, like I've mentioned just now when we talk about streptopyrrolidine. Prof. Sazali synthesized lactacystine. My student also synthesized streptopyrrolidine, which is an angiogenesis inhibitor. Lactacystine just now is an anti-proteasome drug. Dr. Fazli synthesized codenopsinin, which is an antihypertensive drug. And we also had another master student synthesize diacetylmide C, which is a protein phosphatase inhibitor for tumor and cancer cells. And I had a master student before who synthesized hydroxybenzylated acetyl tetramic acid, okay, via a different synthetic route. And these molecules that she had synthesized actually belongs to the family of Leucocarpus fragilis. So it mimics the photoreceptors and it can be used to chelate agents for metal ions. Okay. And now she's a she's a chemist in one of the pharmaceutical industry. I had a student who synthesized nemonopride. So this is a structure of nemonopride. And not only that, she also synthesized derivatives of nemonopride. So you have here the ester pyrrolidine derivative, ester lactam pyrrolidine derivative, and lactam moiety derivative. Nemonopride is an antipsychotic drug and it is used for the treatment of schizophrenia. Okay. And I had also a student who synthesized fused lacton-lactam ring system. Do you know what it means by fused ring system? That means you have two or more ring system fused together by a common bond or a common atom. Okay, so these are examples of the fused ring system. My students actually synthesized these molecules which similar to the structure of omorolite. Omorolite is also a fused ring system, but the ring system consists of 4 atoms and 5 atoms respectively, but we are having 5 and 5, kalau you all notice lah. And this omorolite is known to treat neurodegenerative diseases such as the Alzheimer's and the Parkinson's disease. And currently she is working as a chemist in Oncogen, okay, one of the pharmaceutical industry also. Other than pyrrolidine 2,4-dione, we had also student synthesized pyrrolidine 2,3-diones. Normally, kalau my group, my students, we do synthesis of 2,4-pyrrolidine dione. Dr. Fazli's students are synthesizing 2,3-pyrrolidine diones. Okay, and for the last 20 years, 15 years, we had a number of publications based on this research work. And for the last 7 to 8 years, we start to venture into fused ring system. So we had students synthesizing lactone-lactam ring system, and we had students synthesize oxazolidinone lactam ring system, pyrroliquinolene system, quinolactacin system. Okay, and I had a student who was supposed to synthesize quinolactacin B2, which is fungal alkaloids, using exocyclic double bond, active exocyclic double bond. But when she did her attachment, I sent her to do an attachment for 3 months with my collaborators from the National Health Research Institute in Taiwan. She changed her synthetic route via synthesis of imine and enamine intermediates. Okay, tapi still it's fine. And she also managed to synthesize quinolactacin analogues in just 3 steps using a multi-component reaction, amination, and intramolecular cyclization reaction. And I had another student now doing his master, continuing to what the other students who did not do via exocyclic double bond just now. So he is doing the synthesis of quinolactacin via the exocyclic double bond and also via azar disorder reaction. So currently, this student, Zahir nama dia, is writing up and hope he will graduate soon. Okay, by end of this year or early next year. We also had students synthesize molecules which are not pyrrolidine or tetramic acid base or 5-membered ring nitrogen heterocycles. We had students synthesize benzofuran type of compounds, bioactive flavonoids, and also pyranopyrazole carboxylate derivatives. Okay, and I had a student who is currently doing her PhD, dan habis in writing stage, synthesizing organocatalysts for aldol condensation reaction. And we had a postdoc before, and also some master students synthesizing pyrrolidine-based aminosugars. Aminosugars ni is similar to our sugar molecules, that means glucose. Cuma bezanya, it doesn't have the 6-membered ring glucose molecule, but it has that 5-membered pyrrolidine ring system. Okay. Okay, a bit more. This is something that I want to share, which actually to see why organic synthesis is very important. We used to help the industry. We helped Simdabi in 2011-2012. Simdabi came and see us in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, ke late 2011, asking us to help them out to do, asking us what to do with their side products. They have produced quite a lot of L-cubiquitol, which is a side product from their rubber production, and it has no value. So they were asking us, how are we going to do to convert this non-valuable cubiquitol to something more valuable? So we perform some reactions. We convert the L-cubiquitol to L-inositol. L-inositol is a carbocyclic sugar, which is abundant in our brain and tissue. And the L-inositol is converted further to mannitol, which is a sugar alcohol used in medicine. and also inositol triphosphate. Okay, but we had an MOA with them in 2014 to 2015, but in 2017 kita stop our collaboration because SIMDABI ada dia punya own agenda and different policy. Okay, it's too bad actually. And currently we are helping Petronas. We are developing high temperature green stimulation fluid. We help them synthesizing and developing green corrosion inhibitors and chelating agents. And I hope this will actually kita tolong diorang with their upstream activities. Okay, so we hope we can have a prolonged or longer collaboration with Petronas. And of recently, this is also collaboration with FRIM. FRIM helped us with our in vitro and in vivo studies of some of our molecules. We have collaboration with National Health Research Institute in Taiwan. That's what I said just now. And most recently, we had grants, international grants with our international counterparts from the University of Tokyo in Japan, Nagoya Institute of Technology in Japan, and some universities in Indonesia, UPM and UM. Okay, so we are working on infectious diseases control, and we are synthesizing we are synthesizing anti-dengue and anti-malaria drug. Okay, so the project will end in 2026. Ni project ni lama. We only received this money in last year, 2021. Okay, so here are some pictures of our labs. This is the Organic Synthesis Research Lab in Puncak Alam campus. It's a very big lab. We have quite a number of fume cupboards. Kita ada 12 fume cupboards, and we have quite a number of benches. Benches pun rasanya ada 12 juga. And this is our meeting room. This meeting room is quite small, but it can accommodate about 25 people. And this meeting room is actually situated at the back of this lab here. And this is the window, which have a very magnificent view. Okay, I will show you later. So these are some of the activities that we had in our lab. Okay. Finally, I would like to thank my advisor, Professor Ahmad Zazali, my colleagues, my friends, Dr. Fazli, Dr. Hidayah, our postdocs. We had a few postdocs for the past many years. We had Dr. Agus, Dr. Amy, Dr. Yasir, and then to our officers, science officers and also research officers, and not forgetting the grant awarding bodies. We have quite a number of grants for our projects for the past 15 years. Okay, and these are some of our postgraduate students. Some have graduated, some yang belum graduated. And finally, thank you. But before that, look at the picture here. It's very nice, right? Okay, this is actually a picture which I have taken from the window from our lab. Okay, remember I said the window from our lab to give a very spectacular view. So the picture was taken from our lab. So it's very nice. It's very green. It's very therapeutic. Dulu-dulu, our students, our postgraduate students, in late afternoon or in the evening, they used to walk around the Tasik Buatan, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and they used to walk around and they used to jog. But my advice to them, never bring any food with them, because if they bring any food, nanti ramai je daripada this green environment ikut dia orang balik lab. Okay, so with that, thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening until the end, and all the best to you in your studies and also in your future. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Kejap. Stop sharing. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Zurina, for such an informative and comprehensive presentation for the first lot. Now, we will continue with a Q&A session. If anyone has any question, you may type on the chat box or raise the hand button. I am sure Prof. Dr. Zurina will be pleased to answer them.
Okay. I tengok dulu. Kalau tak ada orang tanya soalan, I tanya soalan.
Ui. Oh, there's one question already.
Okay.
Chat box. May I read it?
Yeah, sure.
Sima. I am currently a student in bachelor degree of chemistry. Which branches of chemistry that I should choose to further my studies?
Okay. The answer is very simple. Tepuk dada, tanya selera. Yeah, betul. It's just like you have to look at your strength. First thing, you look at your strength and your interest. Okay. Kalau you feel that your interest towards, to me, I rasa interest tu penting. Okay. Strength can be developed. Interest comes to you naturally. Kalau you really interested in doing organic chemistry, for an example, organic chemistry ni ada different branches pula. You can either go into organic synthesis or you can do natural product chemistry. Betul tak? Okay. So, if you are interested in a particular branch of a chemistry, sebenarnya dia nak seribu daya tak nak seribu dalih. And your strength too can be developed. Because I have my experience, I have also quite a number of students because dia punya minatnya in doing organic synthesis, walaupun his background of organic chemistry is not that strong, but eventually he succeeded. Yang penting tu yang kata tadi, your interest tu plays a very significant role. If you are not interested ataupun less interested but your strength is there, try to gain the interest and see what happens. Okay? Boleh tak? Okay, good. Okay, ni.
We have another one question.
From Siti Hajanur Ain. I want to ask on how to determine the purity of newly synthesized organic compound.
Okay, the most common techniques to determine the purity of your newly synthesized organic compound is that you have to use spectroscopic techniques. Yang macam I tunjuk tadi, the instruments in our lab. That means you have to use NMR. Kenal kan NMR? Pernah dengar kan NMR? Okay. Kalau tak dengar, tak pernah tahu apa NMR, nanti I pergi report dekat you punya spectroscopy lecturers. Okay, for organic chemistry, nak determine the carbon skeleton of your molecules, you need NMR. NMR will tell you the carbon skeleton of your molecule. Which atoms is sitting next to which atom? Which carbon next to which carbon? Which hydrogen is on which carbon? Which oxygen on which carbon? They tell you the whole skeleton of molecule. That means you use an NMR. Another instrument that you want to use to determine whether your compound is the right compound is FTIR. IR will tell you whether you have the right functional groups. And mass spec. Mass spec is to determine the molecular weight of your molecule. Okay. Whenever you do synthesis, you obtain your compound, you have to do all these analysis. Kalau tak ada mass spec, you guna elemental analyzer. Okay, like the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen elemental analyzer. If your compound is a chiral compound, you have to use something that can identify the chirality of your molecule, like using polarimeter or circular dichroism. Okay, and when you do a reaction, kalau itu bila you dah dapat your compound, you want to see whether your compound tu is the right compound or not. When you do a reaction, when you want to know whether your reaction has completed or not, you do TLC, thin layer chromatography. Okay, that means it's a kind of a separation technique. Dia macam techniques of chromatography, but you use a TLC to identify whether your molecules that you obtain are the correct molecules which can be separated out using column chromatography. So there are many different techniques that you can use to purify and also to identify the purity of your compounds. So ada lagi kan soalan? Boleh tak? Siapa tu Siti Hajar? Does that answer your question?
I hope that will answer your question, Siti
Okay.
Hajar. Okay, the next one. Oh, yes. Thank you. You are welcome. Next one is from Eliza Hani. Folic acid is known as a very important nutrient to be taken during pregnancy. Okay. Her question is, what is the importance of the folic acid?
Okay, folic acid I tak ada bagi an example of folic acid structure. If I'm not mistaken, I pun dah tak ingat. Folic acid dia punya function is something to do with our brain cell. Development of the brain cell in our brain. That's why development of the fetus jugalah. So because that's why normally folic acid is given to pregnant women ataupun expecting ladies the first trimester especially kan. Not only the first trimester, if women ataupun whoever wants to plan on pregnancy, seboleh-bolehnya actually take folic acid before the pregnancy. Tapi kalau dah pregnant pun at least the first trimester tu take folic acid more often. It's to answer your question tadi, specific function dia is more on the brain development rasanya lah. Okay.
Doctor, I have a
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Regarding the first
Apa
question
nama
from
you?
Zahani. Oh, my name is Aina Fawafa.
Oh, okay. Oh, you dulu in my class kan?
Student
lepas
doctor,
ni-
saya lepas.
Lepas ni I tanya you soalan.
Tak apa, Mariam jawabkan. Doktor, contohkan yang folic acid tu kan untuk pregnancy. Kalau someone yang tak pregnant, bolehkah ambil juga folic acid?
Boleh? Itu I tak tahulah. Itu kena tanya. Itu kena tanya medical doctors. Tak berani nak jawab. Okay.
Okay, doctor. So, noted, doctor. So, anyone has any questions? Any more questions? Can raise the hand button or can type at the chat box. Oh, okay. Sis Fatin, you can ask your question right now.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Nur Fatina Jiha. My question is it possible to know chemical properties of a compound without synthesis?
Okay. Chemical properties without
Synthesis.
Chemical properties of a molecule tu from nature ke apa?
Yeah, from nature.
Boleh. If you have all those examples that I've given during my mukadimah, those are actually compounds from nature. Compounds from nature, you can isolate them from the natural resources. That means the natural resources can either be from plants, animals, or microorganisms. Okay, so those are actually what the natural product chemists are doing. Dia sebenarnya organic chemistry ni kalau doing research, there are many branches of organic chemistry research, but the main branches could be the organic synthesis and the natural product chemistry. Dia contohnya macam kalau kata tadi I use an example apa tadi? Katalah streptopyrolidine. Okay? Streptopyrolidine, like I said just now, is obtained from nature. From a deep sea bacteria, daripada bacteria in the ocean. Okay, so the natural product chemists gather all these natural resources, okay, and then they have to do or perform some isolation technique on these natural constituent. I bagi a simple example lah, tongkat ali. Okay, pernah dengar kan tongkat ali? Okay, tongkat ali known to be that anti-inflammatory properties, and there are also many medicinal effect of tongkat ali. So tongkat ali datang daripada pokok tongkat ali. So what the natural product chemists do is they take the pokok tongkat ali, tak tahulah daripada akar ke pokok ke daun ke batang ke, I don't know, that's not my area. So they gather all these pokok and then they potong-potong dia, dry it up, and then they soak it ataupun perform isolation techniques, separation techniques on this pokok, and at the end of the day they dapat crude product, and then they do chromatography, they isolate the components inside pokok tongkat ali, and they come up with the constituent atau molecule yang that bioactive. And that molecule yang bioactive tu, they do purification, identification guna spectroscopic technique yang macam I mention tadi, and they perform in vitro, in vivo analysis, nak tengok apa bioactivity dia. Tapi problem with natural product chemistry punya products, you have to have berkilo-kilogram of the natural resources of the pokok to obtain a small milligram of the bioactive compounds. So, the drugs in our pharmaceutical industry ataupun pharmacy ataupun hospital banyak. Natural compounds tak cukup. So, that's why organic synthetic chemists kena synthesize. Okay? So, if you're asking just now, boleh tak kita identify apa chemicals without doing synthesis? Jawapan dia ialah boleh. Kita obtain those chemicals from natural resources. Okay? Fatin? Ke dah tidur? Okay. Any other question?
Any other question from our participants?
Sarah Jane. Dapat? Mira.
So anyone has any question can raise the hand button or type in the chat box. Oh, Amira Sofia. Silakan.
Hi, Assalamualaikum, Doktor.
Salam.
Doctor, as you mentioned before, you said that we can have essential oil from orange. So other than orange, what are the other plants that can act as essential oil?
Okay. Lagi sekali tak dengar, terputus-putus.
Okay.
You ni kat mana ni
Before
sebenarnya?
this, you mean
Kat luar
dekat
bangunan?
campus.
Okay.
Kat luar bangunan.
Okay. Because your voice
As you mentioned before.
Okay.
Ya ke? Tak apa, saya tak ada.
Tak apa. Jangan again. Essential oil.
Selain daripada
I think Mira has some internet connection problem.
Tak apa. Siapa? Siapa nama dia? Sofia Amira?
Amira.
Sofia.
Tak apa, suruh dia WhatsApp kat I.
Oh ni, dia ada WhatsApp saya, Doktor. Saya baca.
Ya.
Okay, as Doctor stated before, orange can have a potential to be essential oil, right? Ni dia dah tanya. What are other plants that can act as essential oil other than orange?
Banyak. There are quite a number. Sekarang ni, you all pernah dengar Young and Living kan? Young and Living really use that concepts of essential oil from natural sources. There are quite a range kan? So, it's basically that. So, kalau you tanya ya, what other, actually banyak. I cannot say that. Banyak actually, essential oil. Okay? So, itu je lah I boleh beritahu. To name a lot tu is quite difficult.
Doktor guna ke essential oil?
Tak.
Faham. Okay.
I tak guna because because I'm an organic synthetic chemist.
Is it safe or not?
Uh,
Essential oil.
um,
Dah tanya.
okay, is it safe?
Actually,
Actually, I do not want to say because takut nanti controversial. That's all I can say. Okay, but essential oil because it's a new thing now in the market. Of course, essential oil is good, it's useful, but you have to use with precaution. Because you have to remember, you are chemists. You all ni semua chemist kan? Essential oil is very concentrated. Betul tak? It's very concentrated. So you have to use it with berhati-hati lah. Okay, we might never know what would be the effect, a long-term effect of the essential oil. Okay, so that's all I can say. I do not want to elaborate further. Nanti it can cause controversy. Okay.
Faham.
Sebab as a chemist, I think you all boleh buat homework. You all boleh buat homework. Find out what actually the properties of essential oil and what are the side effects bila it is used in concentrated form and so on, you know. What happens when you inhale the vapor? What happens when you put it on your skin? Or you can look it up. Okay.
Faham. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Any more questions? I think we have quite a lot of questions just now.
Okay. So I tak nanya question lah kan?
Ada nak tanya soalan ke?
Tak ada.
Apa jawab, Doktor?
You all ada, for those of you, I would say my last advice saja kalau dah tak ada soalan. For those of you who are interested in pursuing your studies in organic synthesis, okay, you can either go and see Dr. Fazli or Dr. Hidayah. Dr. Karimah is doing synthesis also, but she is focused more on inorganic synthesis. Okay, I ni mengintroducekan I punya research group je. Okay, I dah pencen kalau tak boleh je buat dengan I. I can just give talks. Okay.
Baru fikir nak buat research dengan doktor.
Sorry.
It's okay, Doktor.
Tak apa. Actually, Dr. Fazli, Dr. Hidayah tu my student juga.
I see.
Okay. Ada
Okay.
lagi seorang actually lecturer kita who is going to graduate. Puan Aisyah. She's also graduating. She did PhD with me. Okay.
Okay, Doktor.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you again, Prof. Zurina. We from CFC, UITM and UNESA are pleased and grateful to have you today with us. Happy retirement, Prof, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All the best to all of you. Okay,
Thank
bye.
you, bye, Doctor. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Prof.
I leave lah ya.
Boleh, Doktor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Zurina. Before we continue with the second slot, we will have a lucky draw session. We will pick 2 lucky winners among the participants. If your name appears on the screen, please show any reaction such as thumbs up or by sending messages in the chat box and screenshot your name before we pick another name. Allow me to invite Kuzari Naufal to present the wheel of names. Good luck, everyone. So let's start our first lucky draw. Let's see who will be the first lucky winners from our participants. Don't forget to give any reactions if any appears. Ding, 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 ding. So the first one is Nur Aklisha Nazla binti Razaimi.
Congratulations.
Nur Aklisha Nazla, you can screenshot your name on the screen.
Or give a reaction so that we know you are here.
Nur Aklisha Nazla, 1, Nur Aklisha Najla 2. Nur Aklisha Najla 3.
Dah. Nama dia ada dah.
Spin the second name. Shall we? Let's see who will be the second lucky winner.
Ooh, we got the name.
Andri Setia Wahyudi. Are you here? Andri 1. Andri 2. Andri 3. Oh, I think he's not here right now. So shall we read another name? Naufal? Let's see who will be the second lucky winner. I hope she or he will available right now.
Please give reaction. Okay, we got a name now.
Erina Ashira with Israeli. Congratulations, Erina. Are you here, Erina? You can screenshot your name on the screen. You can give any reactions, such as thumbs up or message at the chat box.
Before we call out another name.
Erina Ashira 1. Erina Ashira 2. Erina Ashira.
Yes.
Oh, Erina Ashira, I hear. Congratulations, Erina Ashira. So we already have 2 lucky winners for the first quiz slot. Congratulations to Nur Aklisha Najla binti Razaimin and Erina Ashira binti Razaimi. And thank you to Kuzari Naufal also for presenting the names. Again, congratulations to all the lucky winners. For those who are not chosen for this round, do not worry, do not be disappointed. We will have another 2 more lucky draw sessions after this. May the luck be with you. So before we will continue with the second slide, we will take a 5 minutes break for everyone. So you can go to the toilet, have a drink or some snacks and all. We will continue again at 10:35. Thank you.
2022. And Indonesia Chemical Society from 2009 until 2022, and also a member of Perkumpulan Pendidik IPA Indonesia from 2017 until now. Without further ado, please give a round of applause to Professor Suryatno. Prof, just the screen is yours.
Okay, thanks you, Miss Nasriza. Yeah, Nasriza. Okay, okay. May I share my slide?
Yes, please, Prof.
Sudah. Okay, thanks you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I hope today all of you are in fine condition and still excited to follow these activities. Honorable Dean and Lecturer of Faculty of Applied Science, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, and Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Honorable Director CIL Chemistry in Life, Miss Nur Fatin Najiha and team, and my beloved student from Faculty of Applied Science, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, and Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I am very grateful for your invitation to share my opinion in this event, Chemistry in Life program. I hope my opinion can increase your insight regarding to the role of chemistry in daily life, so it can improve your motivation to study chemistry well, so you can apply chemistry to build the better life. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we realize that chemistry is everywhere and is very important in our life, including in our garden. I'm sure most of you have garden. Maybe the large garden or small garden. If we live in the village, I'm sure we have lot garden like the first picture. The first picture is there is a lot garden around the house, around the house. While if we live in city, we only have a small garden, like the second picture. The second picture. there is a limited garden that is planted the trees and several flowers in the garden. In the third picture, it is a sample of the garden where the plant are grown in polybag, yeah, in polybag. I think it is large enough garden, and the fourth picture, it is a sample of limited garden. So we if we plant the plant like vegetable, we can use parallel pipe. This is a sample the limited garden. This is the sample of large garden in the village. Yeah, in the village, we can plant the various fruit. For example, mango or apple. Yeah, apple. Okay, which is your garden? Like the first picture, the second picture, the third picture, the fourth picture, or on the five and the sixth picture, on the combination, yeah, of combination from all the picture. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, talk about the garden. In the garden, we can find a lot of chemical in the garden. But in this meeting, in this section, we only discuss about four chemical in the garden. Number one, the first is fertilizer. Number two or second is pesticide, and the third is the color of the garden or dyes of the garden plant, and finally is the scent or flavor of the garden plant. Okay, let's move on to discuss about the first chemical, that is fertilizer. In the garden, fertilizer is used to make the plant grow very good, because fertilizer provide the nutrient that needed by plant. There are two kind of fertilizer. The first is synthetic fertilizer, and the second is natural fertilizer. This is a kind of synthetic fertilizer. Synthetic fertilizer, there are two kind. Number one is single fertilizer. Single fertilizer only contain one of element of fertilizer. There are three main element for fertilizer. Number one is nitrogen. Number two is phosphor, and number three is potassium. The sample of nitrogen fertilizer is ZA or ammonium sulfate, and urea. urea. This is a example of nitrogen fertilizer. The number two is phosphor fertilizer. There are three kind of phosphorus fertilizer. Number one is ankle superphosphate. Number two is double superphosphate, and the third is triple superphosphate. The different different of three kind of phosphor fertilizer based on the concentration of phosphor contained in this fertilizer. The third is potassium fertilizer. Potassium fertilizer, for example, potassium chloride, potassium sulfate, all with ZK fertilizer. Okay, number one until number three is the example of single fertilizer, because this fertilizer only contain one nutrient of fertilizer. The number four in multiple fertilizer contain two or three nutrient of fertilizer. For example, fertilizer contain nitrogen and phosphor, nitrogen and potassium, and potassium and phosphor all contain three nutrient of fertilizer. That is nitrogen, phosphor, and potassium. This is the example synthetic fertilizer product that produced from industries in Indonesia and East Java. In East Java, Indonesia, there are many fertilizer industry. For example, PT Petrokimia Gresik, PT Petrokimia Gresik. I think in Malaysia also there are several fertilizer industry. Okay, the first is example of ZA fertilizer. Number two is the second is urea fertilizer. The third is triple superphosphate fertilizer produced by Mahkota, Mahkota Industry. And then ZK fertilizer produced by PT Petrokimia Gresik. And finally is Ponska. Ponska is NPK fertilizer. So this fertilizer contain three nutrient fertilizer. This is a profile of fertilizer. ZA, and then urea, and then ZK have a white powder, while the triple superphosphate gray granule, and NPK red granule. Okay, this is example fertilizer produced by fertilizer industries in Indonesia. I think you can give the example from Malaysia, Malaysia. Okay, this is use of fertilizer element. There are three main element fertilizer. Number one is nitrogen. Number two is phosphor, and number three is potassium. Nitrogen role in formation of amino acid, nucleic acid, and chlorophyll, and accelerate the plant growth, increase protein content in crop yield, and makes leaf more green. The second is phosphor. Phosphor role in store and distribute energy for plant metabolic activities. So this element can stimulate root growth, flower formation, and fruit ripening, and increase resistance to disease and dry season. Finally, potassium element role as activator of enzyme involved in plant metabolic process. So this element help the process of absorption of water and nutrient in the soil. Okay. The next is natural fertilizer. Natural fertilizer produce naturally from natural substance. For example, there are three kind of natural fertilizer. Number one, the first is manure fertilizer, produced from animal waste, especially feces of chicken or goat or cow or buffalo. It can use as manure fertilizer. And the second is green manure. Fertilizer, the natural fertilization from plant or part of plant, especially leaf of plant. The finally is compost. Compost is natural withering of plant. Okay. There are three kind of natural fertilizer usually used by farmer in the village. Okay. Let's move to discuss about pesticide. In the garden, we also find the pesticide used to control the pests that usually disturb my plant, our plant. There are 5 pesticides. Number one is the first is insecticide. The second is herbicide. The third is fungicide. The fourth is rodenticide, and finally in nematicide. Insecticide to control the insect that disturb or interfere our plant. The insecticide contain the active ingredient. For example, is propoxur, dichlorophenyl dimethyl phosphate, and diazinon. Herbicide to control the wheat plant. For example, reed grass. This herbicide contain the active ingredient, for example, ammonium sulfonate, pentachlorophenol, paraquat dichloride. And the third is fungicide. To control the fungi. This pesticide contain active ingredient lead to oxide, sodium dichromate, copper oxychloride, and difenoconazole. The fourth is rodenticide to control the rodent, for example, rat or mice. This pesticide contain the zinc phosphide and thallium sulfate. The finally is nematicide to control the nematode nematode, for example, worm. This substance, this pesticide contain active ingredient, for example, carbofuran, cidofur, and basamide. This is the structure, the molecular structure of active ingredient in pesticide. Number one is propoxur. This is active ingredient for insecticide. In this structure, we can see that propoxur contain the amide group, and ether group. The second is paraquat dichloride. This is active ingredient of herbicide. This active ingredient contain the pyridine. Pyridine. Here contain 2 pyridine in this structure, in the molecular structure. And the third is difenoconazole. Difenoconazole is active ingredient. We can see this difenoconazole contain the hydrocyclic organic compound. Organic compound. The next is zinc phosphide. This is active ingredient of rodenticide. And the finally is carbofuran is active ingredient for nematicide. Nematicide. Jadi in this carbofuran molecule contain the amide group, and furan group. Furan group. Okay. If you graduate from Department of Chemistry in UNESA, and chemistry in UTM, you can work in pesticide industry, in pesticide industry or in fertilizer industry, because you have capability to work as quality control and research of development to find the active ingredient that effective to overcome the pest in the garden. In the garden. Okay, let's continue the discussion about the coloring method of the plant. Ladies and gentlemen, in the garden, we can find the coloring method of plant. The coloring method of plant, there are three kind of the coloring method in the plant. The first is carotenoid. The second is anthocyanin, and finally is natural pigment. Natural pigment. Okay, the first is carotenoid. Carotenoid. There are several molecular structure of carotenoid. Number one is beta carotene. Number two is zeaxanthin. Beta carotene and zeaxanthin have the basic molecule. The main beta carotene and zeaxanthin have the same basic structure. Basic structure. In the structure, if R are replaced by hydrogen atom, so this is beta carotene. If R replaced by hydroxyl group, so this is zeaxanthin. Beta carotene and zeaxanthin can find in carrot, yeah, in carrot in Indonesian called with wortel, yeah, wortel. I don't know in Malaysia. This is carrot. Carrot contain the beta carotene or zeaxanthin. And the second is lutein. Lutein, yeah, lutein is beta carotene. Sorry. Lutein is carotenoid. Carotenoid that that we find in pin, yeah, in pin. Indonesia called buncis, yeah, buncis, pin. Okay, this is carotenoid from carrot and bean. Carotenoid, based on the structure, carotenoid is belong to terpenoid. Terpenoid, especially tetraterpene, yeah, tetraterpene, because in the structure we can find the 40 carbon atom, because this molecule have 40 carbon atom, so the beta carotene, zeaxanthin, lutein include in tetraterpene. Okay, the next is lycopene. Lycopene contain in tomato, yeah, tomatoes contain the lycopene. Lycopene also belong to tetraterpene because have the 40 carbon atom. The next is capsanthin. Capsanthin also include in carotenoid because this molecule contain 40 carbon atom. Capsanthin, we can find the capsanthin in pepper, red pepper, yellow pepper, or green pepper. Okay, the next coloring matter is anthocyanin. Anthocyanin anthocyanin belong to flavonoid, yeah, flavonoid compound, because in this structure contain the aromatic the first ring, yeah, the first ring, six member aromatic ring, and then there are three carbon atom, 1, 2, 3, and connect by the second six member aromatic ring. This is a characteristic of flavonoid group. There are six kind of anthocyanin. The first is pelargonidin, the second is cyanidin, the third is delphinidin, the fourth is peonidin, the fifth is petonidin, and the finally is malvidin, based on the R1 and R2 functional group, yeah, functional group. If R1 and R2 replaced by hydrogen, so we call the pelargonidin. If R1 and R2 replaced by methoxy group, we call the malvidin. Okay, anthocyanin in the plant give the red, violet, and blue color, yeah, and blue color based on the acidity level of pH, yeah, in pH 1 until 2, the molecule give the red color in the at pH 6.5 until 8, the molecule produce the violet color, and in basic level, if pH more than 8, the molecule produce the blue color. Okay, this is anthocyanin that give the coloring matter in the plant in the garden. The next is natural pigment. Natural pigment also secondary metabolite in maybe in phenolic group or alkaloid. Yeah. The first is berberin. Berberin is alkaloid group. This can find from berberis wood. This substance, this molecule, this compound can give the yellow color. Number two is jaglon. Yeah, jaglon from walnut wood. Walnut wood give red color. Jaglon, based on the structure, jaglon jaglon belong to polyketide. Yeah, polyketide. This is naptoquinone. Yeah, the structure called the naptoquinone give the red color. This is a profile of the walnut wood. Yeah, Canarium ovatum. Okay, and then the next is alizarin. Alizarin also polyketide group with the anthraquinone structure. This compound we can find the alizarin at Rubia tinctorium root, give the red color. This is a profile of this plant. The next is indigo. Indigo can give blue color. This obtained from Indigo vera tinctoria leaf. Yeah, tinctoria leaf. This is the structure. The structure, based on the structure, indigo is alkaloid. Yeah, alkaloid. The next is brasilin. Brasilin can be obtained from sapan wood. Yeah, sapan wood give red color. Sapan wood called with secang. Yeah, secang in Indonesia called with kayu secang. Kayu secang give the red color and many healthy drink use sapan wood. Yeah, for example, called with wedang secang or wedang uwuh. Yeah, this is contain the sapan wood. So the drink have red color. This is a profile of Caesalpinia sapan or secang. The next is morindon. Morindon is anthraquinone. Anthraquinone is polyketide. This is from Morinda citrifolia root. Give the yellow color. This is a profile of Morinda citrifolia called with pace in Indonesia. Pace or Javanoni. Yeah, this is resource of morindon. Okay, the next is beetroot. Yeah, beetroot contain the betanin. Betanin give deep red. This is a structure of betanin. Based on the structure, betanin is alkaloid because this molecule contain the nitrogen atom. Nitrogen atom in this five membered ring. Okay, we continue the discuss about the scent of flavor of the garden plant. In the garden, there are many plant that produce the essential oil. Essential oil contain the monoterpene and sesquiterpene. In the essential oil, the active ingredient of essential oil belong to terpenoid, terpenoid, especially monoterpene and sesquiterpene. For example, for rose flower, or called with bunga mawar, bunga mawar contain the three main component. Number one is geraniol, number two is nerol, and number three is linalol. The three component is belong to monoterpene because this molecule contain the 10 carbon atom. Yeah, if we count the sum of the carbon atom, we find the 10 carbon atom. Yeah, for example, granule contain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, and then nerol and linalol. The second is essential oil for lilac, flower lilac. Yeah, this is a profile of flower lilac. Syringa vulgaris. This flower, the essential oil from the flower contain the rose oxide and lilac alcohol. This compound also belong to monoterpene because contain the 10 carbon atom. Okay, next essential oil for of the jasmine, or called with bunga melati, bunga melati. In this jasmine flower contain the cis jasmone, metal jasmonate, and metal antranilat. Cis jasmone and metal jasmonate is a monoterpene, is a monoterpene. You can find the 10 atom carbon in this cis jasmone and metal jasmonate. While the metal antranilate, it is not monoterpene, monoterpene. Metal antranilate is derived, is derivation of phenyl propanoid, phenyl propanoid. Okay, the next essential oil of the lavender flowers. Lavender flowers contain the monoterpene. Number one is R-linalol. Number two is camphor. Number three is linaloyl acetate, and the fourth is lavandulol. Lavandulol. This is there are monoterpene contain in essential oil for lavender or lavender flower. Okay, finally, the essential oil of the peppermint, peppermint or Mentha piperita. In the peppermint, in the essential oil of the peppermint contain the the fourth monoterpene. Yeah, number 1 is menthol, number 2 is menthone, number 3 is methyl acetate, and finally is mentofuran. Okay, I think it is all about the chemistry in the garden. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Suyatno, for a very insightful sharing. We will continue with question and answer session. Now, if you have any question, you may type on the chat box or raise the hand button. I'm sure our speaker are very delighted to answer your question. All right, so we have one question here, Prof. Okay, if you are using organic fertilizer such as compost fertilizer and livestock waste, how can we determine its chemical composition? And how can we determine the fertilizer doses to avoid over or under fertilize a plant? That's such a good question from Erina Ashira.
Okay, thank you very much for Irina question. Yeah, Irina question. I think it is interesting question. Okay, to determine the concentration of nutrient in fertilizer, we use the procedure or standard procedure to determine, to analyze the concentration of element in the fertilizer. Yeah, for example, to determine the nitrogen element, phosphor element, and potassium element. Yeah, I think usually we can use the standard procedure to determine the element of fertilizer. For example, if we determine the nitrogen concentration of the fertilizer, we can use the KDAL instrument. Yeah, KDAL instrument. Yeah, KDAL instrument we can determine the concentration of nitrogen element from this fertilizer. I think we can use the spectrophotometer analysis. Yeah, spectrophotometer analysis. Yeah. Okay. I think you can show this procedure in the literature, maybe from journal. Yeah, or from a journal. I think now it is very fast. Yeah, to set the procedure to determine the element. Yeah, in the element, especially in the fertilizer.
Okay, Prof. Okay, next question from Najwa. She said that I'm very interested in essential oil. How can I extract the essential oil from the plant?
Okay, thank you. Essential oil, essential oil can be obtained, can be obtained from plant, maybe from flowers or from leaf, at etc. Usually to obtain to extract the essential oil from plant, maybe from flower or from leaf, we can use steam distillation, maybe usually we use steam distillation. I'm sure you ever conduct the steam distillation in your practicum, in your laboratory. Jadi usually we use steam distillation to obtain the essential oil. The other method also the other method the essential oil can also obtained by maceration. Jadi several researcher obtain the essential oil through maceration method, maceration method.
Okay, Prof. There will be one more question from Anik Fitriani. The question is there any non-effective chemical method to control excessive earthworm in the kitchen garden? Because we know there's a lot of earthworm in our garden, right? So instead of using pesticide, herbicide, maybe we can use the other method, Prof?
Okay. Okay, to overcome the pest, especially worm that disturb our plant. We can usually we can use nematocide. Nematocide is synthetic pesticide, pesticide. Beside we use the synthetic pesticide. Actually, we can also use the natural pesticide. The in the garden, we can also obtain the natural pesticide. For example, from mimba, mimba Azadirachta indica, mimba tree, I don't know in Malaysia what is name, what is name. In Indonesia, mimba tree or Azadirachta indica contain the bioactive diterpene called with azadirachtin. Azadirachtin is the natural insecticide. Can use to overcome the pests in the garden, in the garden. I think it is also can use to overcome the worm in our garden.
Okay, Prof. Okay. Maybe this is the last question. There's another question from Zakia. Okay, she asked, with the rises of fertilizer price globally, how can we utilize the chemistry to produce our own made fertilizer? This is a very good question from Zakia.
Okay, thank you, Miss Zakia. Yes. Because the price of synthetic fertilizer is expensive, we can use the natural fertilizer, yeah, natural fertilizer. So we can make natural fertilizer. For example, we can make compost, yeah, compost. I think it is very easy to make a compost, yeah, compost. Use the organic waste, yeah, organic waste. From organic waste we can make the natural fertilizer, for example compost. I think we only use 2 until 3 weeks to produce the natural fertilizer, especially as compost.
Okay, Prof. Right. Okay. Thank you for the insight, Prof. And also thank you so much for all the questions coming from the participants. Okay. We here from CFC are very delighted and very grateful to have you, Prof. Dr. Suryatno, with us today. So we wish you a nice day today, and also thank you so much for sharing with us. Right. That was a very comprehensive presentation. We hope that we can collaborate again with UNISA for the next time. So have a nice day, Prof. Now back to you, Mariam.
Okay, thanks you very much, Miss Sophia, and all participants. May I leave this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat selalu.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Prof.
Okay, so before we take a short break, let us continue with the second slot of the lucky draw. Just as before, if your name appears on the screen, you need to give any reaction such as thumbs up or by sending messages in the chat box and screenshot your name before we will another name. Again, I love to invite Huzairi Nafal to present the wheel. Get ready, everyone.
So shall we see who is the first lucky winner for the second slot of lucky draw? Let's see.
Wait.
Deng deng deng.
Congratulations,
Yay, Farah Shakira binti Muhammad Sahaidi.
You can react here.
Farah Shakira,
Are you here?
Farah Shakira 1. Farah Shakira 2. Farah Shakira, are you here? I think I saw her name. Farah Shakira 3. I think she's not here right now. So shall we spin another name?
Okay, let's see.
The first winner for the second lucky prize slot.
Okay, we got a name now.
Nuzul Amirul Aizat bin Hassan.
Congratulations. If you are here, please give a reaction, thumbs up, or
send messages at the chat box.
to the chat box.
Nuzul Amirul Aizat.
1. Nuzul Amirul Aizat 2. Nuzul Amirul Aizat 3. I think there's no reaction from him. So shall we pick another name? Zing, 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 zing. Wow, okay.
Muhammad Ikmat Hakimi bin Muhammad Zaid Ahsan.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ikmat. If you are here, you can give any reactions or message
Or
at
maybe
the chat box.
screenshot and message us later. Are you here?
Ikmal Hakimi,
Muhammad Ikmal Hakimi 1. Muhammad Ikmal Hakimi 2. Muhammad Ikmal Hakimi 3. I think there's no
there's no Ikmal is not
answer.
here right now. It's okay, it's okay. We can with another name.
We can wait another name. We have a lot more participants, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I hope we got the winner.
Okay, so we got a name.
Who is it? Fatin Najwa binti
Ishaq.
Ishaq.
Congratulations. If you are here, please give reaction or screenshot your name and send a screenshot to us.
Yeah,
Okay,
finally!
so
We got the first winner for our second slide. Congratulations, Fatin Najwa binti Ishaq. The next
Okay, last one
for this session.
for this session.
Who will be lucky this time?
Okay, we got a name. Siti Aisyah binti Ahmad Suhaimi. Congratulations.
Siti Aisyah, if you are here, you can give any reactions or message us.
Don't forget to screenshot too.
Siti Aisyah 1.
Siti Aisyah 2. Siti Aisyah 3.
Oh, so I think we have to will
Spin
another name.
wheel. Okay. Let's see. Again.
Who will be the second winner? Oh,
Congratulations,
Zulner Aidil bin
Zulner
Zainuddin. Zulner Aidil.
Are you here? I hope you are here.
We hope
Because
you are here.
we have spin a lot of wheel name.
Zulner Aidil.
Zulnur Aidil 1. Zulnur Aidil 2.
Zulner Aidil 3.
Again.
So Naufal, you can will another name right now.
You all still have a chance to win. Okay,
Muhammad Amir Shafi
bin
bin
Abdul
Abdul
Halim.
Halim.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Amir Shafi.
If you are here, please give reaction
Ada.
and screenshot your name. Yay! Okay, so
Yay!
congratulations, Muhammad
Amir
Shafi.
Shafi.
Finally done. Okay, so congratulations to all winners. Our organizer will contact you to deliver the prizes. With the end of the lucky draw slot, we will have a short break and continue at 2:30 p.m. as we still have the last slot with another interesting topic for today. Please be reminded that the attendance form will be given at the end of this evening session. We will see you in a bit. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Bye everyone, have a good rest.
See you at 2:30 p.m.
and good evening, everyone. I hope all of you have a pleasant lunch break. Thank you for still being here with us. Please be reminded that the attendance form will be given at the end of this evening session. Without further ado, let us listen to the third and the last slot for our program today about chemistry and meet the importance of chemistry education. First, I would like to read a brief introduction of our next speaker. She currently is a fellow of Ataur Rahman Institute of Natural Discovery. She holds the bachelor's degree of applied chemistry in 2007 and PhD in natural product chemistry in 2013 from University Technology Mara. She has been awarded with the Vice Chancellor Award during her bachelor's degree and Research Excellence Awards during her PhD. She also has been awarded with Anugerah Academic University 2019 as prolific writer. Now, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Cik Putih binti Osman. Please continue our program.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Let me share my slides. Okay, so do you see my slide?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, so saya sambung kan. Okay, I am very honored today to be invited by the Fusion Chemistry Club to be given a lecture about the chemistry and myth, the importance of chemistry education. Nowadays, with the we can say with the social media, okay, with media available today, that everything is typically borderless. Okay, you can see and watch and read whatever articles or videos coming from all across the world. Okay, it is a good thing actually. We can share knowledge, we can get new knowledge as long as you get as long as you understand English literally. Okay, basically many of this information, okay, you can find in English. There are also other languages available, but talking about Malaysian scenario, okay, we can see that there are many misinformation and disinformation. Okay, when I say disinformation, it means the wrong information is purposely disseminated among the community for whatever purposes, maybe for financial purposes, maybe they want to sell something, maybe they just want to gain popularity, gain followers. There are things that happen in social media, and some of the things are not so, I can say, damaging. Maybe the misinformation is not so damaging, but there are many cases that I'm going to share with you today. It can be rather damaging. Okay, that means it can hurt people, it can cost people's life because of the irresponsibility of certain parties, okay, disseminating wrong information. Okay, we as a chemistry the future chemists here, okay, from Malaysia and Indonesia, okay, we have responsibility actually. Okay, sometimes with the use of kita kata the correct approaches, okay, to correct the disinformation and misinformation, because sometimes the disinformation and misinformation can cause life and damaging. Okay, but nevertheless, let me introduce my journey to this point. I believe some of you know that I am actively writing in Twitter, Facebook, and in my own web page. Okay, the web page was set up in 2017 when I began to write on social media. Okay, the main purpose is to disseminate the information to many Malaysians and Indonesians and people from Brunei and also other parts of the world that speak Bahasa Melayu. Why I write in Bahasa Melayu? Okay, I will show you later why we have so much information gap, okay, between Bahasa Melayu and Bahasa Inggeris. Okay, yes, many of us today we can actually understand English. Even my 5-year-old daughter also can understand English. Okay, because that's the way the children nowadays, this generation, they have been exposed to the internet. But the things cannot be said true about my generation. Some people, many people of my generation and my parents' generation and my grandparents' generation, they are they are an easy target for prey. okay, because they don't have this capability to understand English. Okay, all right. So I put here some of my affiliation. Okay, I belongs to this Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram under the name of Ini Science Babe. Okay, this is our, kita kata, nama glamour, our popular name, our writer's name, Ini Science Babe. Okay, you can follow these pages. Okay, there are about 20 admins behind this page, and all of us are professionals. There are engineers, doctors, scientists like me, and many of us are academia actually. Okay, and the rest are professionals, and we are actually under this NGO known as Persatuan Sahabat Sains Malaysia. Okay, this is the logo of our NGO, and this is my own web page. drcikputih.com. I mainly write about chemistry and plants. Okay, you can find maybe some articles that might catch your interest. So why? At first, people may ask why. Okay, before this, I'm only a reader. I read everything on the internet, especially when I have time. When do I have time? When I had my first child, okay. The odd hours is always I always awake on the odd hours, bottle feed and breastfeeding my child. So I have times in order to keep me awake. So I open social media, especially Facebook lah, and I read. So there are so many disinformation. Okay, we can say that many, and always the question that people tend to ask a doctor, a medical doctor, they ask, wah kenapa doktor tak kaji pokok ni, gini, orang tu gini. Of course, the medical doctor, they are not a trained scientist in the area of natural products or herbal medicine. As someone trained in natural products and herbal medicine, so I tend to comment that how wrong their perceptions are. But of course, if I counter such comments, there are too many of them, I cannot answer all. So I think the best way would be I write on my own page. So then people can come to my page every time I comment, so they can read by themselves. So I don't have to literally wasting time comment to the hundreds comment in one thread. So it's really mentally exhausting and challenging. So that's how I initially begin to write. Okay, and members of the society, they are easily receiving into pseudoscience, something that is too good to be true because they are not literate in science. Okay, they are illiterate. Okay, not only Malaysians, you can see any community that speaking bahasa Melayu, so we can say that they are easily deceiving, easily duped into this information. Okay, why? If we search over the internet, we can see there are huge gap between the knowledge delivered in English and knowledge delivered in bahasa Melayu. I will show you later. It's not about who better than who, I agree, because nowadays we're not talking about who delivered the information. We're talking about the source of your information. Is it a correct? Okay, if you're talking about who's talking, okay, that means if not many people, kita kata professionals, they are expert in that area, they might not have the time to spend on social media. Usually the one that spend on social media is the young ones. People like me, maybe my generation, we are already with the Friendster lah. Apa satu lagi tu? I forgot the name. Before we come to Facebook. Okay, so we can say we are the millennial generation. We used to the old-timer style, and also we are the new generation with the social media. Social media comes during our generation, so we are very familiar with this. Even though I can say I'm not that senior enough or that experienced enough, but I have the knowledge. I know where to assess them. I know how to to turn into layman languages. How people can understand whatever that I want to deliver. Okay, so nowadays kalaulah kita sekat, siapa yang boleh bercakap, the knowledge will not be disseminated. What is important is the source of your knowledge. What is your citation? Where do you cite the knowledge? You cannot give your own opinion. Remember, whatever your opinion, keep it to yourself. This is what science is all about. Also in bidang agama, okay, sanad yang sahih adalah penting. Okay, you need to get the right sources. Even the sanad hadis is more stricter than kita kata science punya konsep, because science kita tengok sumber, we don't actually tengok the character of the individual that disseminating the information. Sometimes the person that dupe others into pseudoscience are very sweet character. Why? Because they want to sell you something. Okay, not everything that is sold over the internet is not good. Okay, there are many advantages with the internet. We can save time, buying things online and all that. Okay, but the thing is there are actually predator waiting to kita kata apa nama, to dupe some people that are not aware of it into the pseudoscience. Okay, so this is my Facebook page. I captured this one last night, so this is the recent one. Okay. This is my Twitter. I didn't capture the latest one. So this is not the latest, kita kata, my profile picture lah. Okay. Alright. So this is our group, our society Facebook page. It is science based. Okay. There are many professionals here, include, you name it, entomologists, geologists, chemical engineer, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer. We have many people that answer to broad, kita kata, broad issues in the society. Even we try to answer an math question that is rather tricky few years back. Even with the use of AutoCAD also we cannot solve the problem. This is AdMath question that went viral few years back. I forgot. The AdMath question for SPM. So it was rather challenging, as for me that I left AdMath for quite some time. I left at calculus a few years back, so I forgot how to solve that problem. I remember our engineers in the group try to solve that problem. Also with the use of AutoCAD, it's not easy to solve. Can you imagine the SPM student need to answer that question within, let's say, half an hour? So it was interesting. It went viral. Okay, how difficult to solve that particular questions. This is my web page. This is also not updated. Screen is quite short. You can go to my webpage drjekti.com, okay, to get more articles in Bahasa Melayu. I write in Bahasa Melayu. I have intention to actually change the article into English lah. Okay, translated them into English, but I don't have time yet to do so. Writing in English would be a lot easier for me because everything is actually written in English when I try to change them into Bahasa Melayu. Okay, tapi itulah, I don't have time to do that yet. Okay, so this is one of the earliest article that I wrote about herbs, okay, about plants. And then since then I've been invited to several television shows. Not that something that I eager to do, but sometimes I need to do because there are certain issues that actually kita kata important for the public to know lah. Usually the elder generation, they turn to TV, so they listen to television and watch television. As compared to the younger generation, many of them actually watch TikTok and read on Twitter or Facebook. Okay. Alright, these are some of the early lah. And then this is one moment. I think this one is a day before the country was declared under the movement control order when we made this recording. Okay, I was invited by my friend, Dr. Imelda. Okay, she asked me, it was quite a short notice to join her show. I remember we come here the day before the country is going to be closed down, was going to be closed down due to the pandemic. Okay, I remember this day. I think somewhere between 15 or 14 March. I was at the studio for the recording. This one is quite recent. I forgot. This last year ke the year before, when Petri Yahya invited me to actually join to do the recording for Bajalah 3. This one is quite, kita kata, quite many watch this show because it was aired during the prime time. So at that time I received so many messages congratulating me. Lest they know that I have been appearing on television for quite a while, but the show was not aired during the, kita kata, prime time, so many not aware of it. So there are many early articles. So this one is written in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. That when I wrote several articles like this, I was contacted by the kita kata reporters to interview and to turn them into newspaper articles. So initially, what we did was we actually myth busting. We try to correct the misinformation in the society. For example, if you eat pineapples, you are going to miscarriage. For example, maybe for us it's not really something. Maybe if you are not in this kita kata group yet, maybe it's not something yang bother you. But for parents, for young parents when they are trying to conceive, to get pregnant, and then they lost the child, they lost the fetus. So it is difficult for them. Okay, especially in the first trimester. So when people saying that, oh, if you do not, you are losing your pregnancy due to this and this, it can be demeaning. It can cause kita kata mental apa nama, it cause exhaustion. It can make you very very depressed. Or you can also get postpartum depression due to this cakap-cakap lah. Even and then there are many groups out there, especially doctors. They're correcting this lah. They are correcting this, saying that whatever you do, the first trimester miscarriage is very common, especially in the kita kata late stage pregnancy, late age pregnancy, kita kata advanced maternal age lah. If you are 40 and over, you are at higher risk of miscarriage. Okay, so if you are trying to get pregnant when you are 40 years old and above, 50% of you have 50% of risk of losing your pregnancy. Nothing to do with pineapple. Okay, and also there are some kita kata petua whatever given over the Facebook. You should eat this, eat that. You should do this and that. I've been through all that because I remember when I had a sick child that went in and out hospital so many times that I lost count. Okay, so many petua lah. You need to take this, take that. I remember one moment where I tried one petua that I actually putting my child life at risk because of my child is already show the sign of kita kata dehydration. Okay, what I supposed to do is I supposed to brought my child to the hospital ASAP. But due to this petua-petua, why not kita cuba dulu lah. That's how this petua-petua can cost life, can be really damaging. Even though the petua itself is not actually membahayakan. But due to this petua-petua, people tend to try, oh kita cuba dulu lah. Especially orang yang jauh dari hospital. Dia akan kata, oh tak apalah, cuba dulu. Aku buat anak aku okey je, kau cubalah anak kau. Okay. So this batuk and the mum, the cough and the runny nose in children sometimes can be very serious because for someone that is not familiar with pneumonia, shortness of breath, how to know your child is hypoxic? You don't know. Okay, until you experience it yourself, then you know your child is actually hypoxic. You are supposed to rush to emergency room immediately. Not trying all this petua-petua. It can cost your child's life, especially the first 5 years. Ni memang bahaya. So I know how dangerous it is. That's why I need to do this. Because I am someone that is given this knowledge. And I have a very good bahasa Melayu. Also, I was a debater back then. So I know actually how to answer people. Now, I have been in this field and this social media for quite a while, about 10 years. So I know lah. Basically, the way dia cakap ayat pertama, saya tahu dah dia nak cakap apa. Okay, how to tackle this issue? Should I block or I should just ignore, delete the message? Should I answer that comment? So I know already at this stage. Why social media? Okay, Malaysia ranked top 5 globally and highest in Southeast Asia for social media penetration. Sorry, Indonesian. Somehow Malaysian ranked highest in Southeast Asia. Most Malaysians spend about 8 hours daily on social media. I don't know how they spend 8 hours daily on social media. Usually I spend about 4 hours on my handphone. On my handphone, including social media. Some people spend 8 hours per day. I don't know how they spend 8 hours per day on social media. Because I can trace on average daily how much time I spend on my handphone. So my handphone tells me I spend today daily 4 hours, 50 minutes for me. I don't know how people spend 8 hours, honestly. Okay. So 86.5 Malaysian use internet to find information. And can you imagine if they do not have English literacy? They will look for Malay information, Malay written information. Okay. 25 million Malaysians use social media, of which 97% use Facebook. Tak kisahlah Twitter trending macam mana pun. Tapi majority guna Facebook. The younger generation sahaja yang guna Twitter. My generation and younger. Okay, even my generation also not many understand how to use Twitter. Okay, even I told them, so not guna Twitter ni, it's very simple. You actually expressing your thoughts. Okay, your whoever you are, your karangan panjang-panjang doesn't matter. It's about ideas. You're exchanging ideas in the webs of, trade. It's like a web like. Everyone can retweet your tweet under the main tweet. It's not like Facebook. You tak boleh share komen. Macam itulah. Okay. There are too many false information and there is a lacking information in bahasa Melayu. Okay. This survey is based on the digital report and MCMC Internet User Survey in 2018. Okay. So ini adalah information dalam bahasa Melayu. Kencing manis. Okay. Diabetes. Tengok apa benda yang keluar. All those miracle cure that is too good to be true. Punya banyak bahasa. Ada tak tulis? Diabetes ni jenis apa, type apa? Let types in English. Tengok. Diabetes mellitus, type 1 and type 2. Causes, symptom and treatment. And you see in bahasa Melayu, what kind of information available. So we say, luka ni doktor tak payah rawat I want to try something that I read on the internet. What happened? That guy might lose might lose the lower part of their limb because they need to be removed, or else it can cause sepsis and death. Okay, ni particularly orang yang diabetes. Dah di Malaysia ni, 1 in 6 Malaysian is having diabetes. Either they realize or not, due to our diet. Compared to our friends in Indonesia, they don't eat that much like us. Saya duduk Indonesia lama juga doing my research. So I can see semua orang kurus-kurus. So we can say Malaysia is the fattest nation in Southeast Asia because we eat a lot. Now everything is cheese. Everything is apa benda lah, macam-macam lah. Cheese day, apa viral. Something that I know di Indonesia juga ada, tetapi they don't eat as much as we eat. The portion of the rice. Because pergi Indonesia dulu, I was young. Mana cukup nasi sikit sangat. Too small for me. I always take double portion. Because that's how we eat in Malaysia. Even so, I am a lady, even though I eat quite a lot because I work like 8 hours daily standing on bench, dekat laboratory bench. So I always feel so hungry. So I tend to eat a lot. Okay. But now at this age, I might be eating about half portion of Indonesian portion. Okay, about this age because I don't use that much energy anymore when I was younger 20 years ago. So to say that's why Malaysian, okay, we are the fattest nation in Southeast Asia. Tengok pula apa benda yang kita type bahasa Melayu yang keluar. Bahasa Indonesia lain. Kadang-kadang ada information when I type using bahasa Melayu, I tend to get bahasa Indonesia, but it's different. This all are bahasa Melayu. That means that somehow must be produced by Malaysian. Okay? Bukan bahasa Brunei. Brunei also different than us. Bahasa Melayu juga, we can understand. People from Brunei, tapi dia punya bahasa Melayu dia lain, lenggok dia lain. Okay? This is memang written in bahasa Melayu. So that's why all of you, if you are capable to write something, but remember when you want to write something, put your ego aside, put your opinion aside. What matter is the fact, what is the latest scientific discovery. Because whatever the latest scientific discovery is going to help our fellow Malaysians. Okay, alright. Inilah dia. That's why there are so much gap of information between bahasa Melayu and bahasa Inggeris. Okay, so you see, the habit of Malaysian user. Okay, 61% will share everything online. Ni kau biasakan lah WhatsApp group. Someone senior say, sharing is caring. Even though you try to correct it was wrong. They say share je. Sharing is caring. Unless they know whatever they shared is going to be shared further by other people. So that's how the information disinformation and misinformation are easily being disseminated. Okay, it can be rather damaging. For example, I want to share about makan air rebusan semambu boleh menyembuhkan COVID. I wrote something in 2020, and then the corporate department, UiTM corporate department asked me to write an article in newspaper regarding my article on that semambu. I remember that the tokoh-tokoh, the champions that actually trying to disseminate that mambu ni boleh mengelakkan dan merawat COVID. I remember that particular person ended up in the ICU unit due to COVID infection. So to say, kalau kita jahat kita akan cakap kan, dia yang cakap pun dia kena COVID. Tapi kita tak jahat macam tu lah. Kita biasanya kita macam diam je lah. We try people. If you get COVID, kan, the first thing you should do, you should isolate yourself. But during back then, when you got COVID, you will be isolated in the hospital. Masa tu tak ramai lagi. The first wave, masa tu. Masa the second wave, third wave yang teruk tu, pun ada orang jual tau, ais mambu ni. Tak sembuh pun, mati berpuluh ribu juga. So that's why I said, when you suspect you have COVID, the first thing to do is you need to isolate yourself. Okay, then you need to observe yourself, especially your oxygen blood saturation. What happened? COVID can cause happy hypoxia. Even though your oxygen level drop below 60, okay, on normal occasion, if you drop below 90 pun you dah tercungap-cungap. I know because I'm asthmatic, when my blood level, tak usah kata below 90, below 95 pun saya dah tercungap-cungap. I cannot walk without actually stop and trying to take breath. Ni tak, orang kena COVID ni, dia kena 60%, stay happy, you can go to, no, I say, okay doctor, I'm still okay. Doktor kata, you should be rushed to the hospital. Okay, you should be assisted by the oxygen mask. Tak, dia kata, oh, saya okay. Tengok petang dia pingsan, masuk ICU terus. It happens, it happened. So banyak dalam newspaper, even though I have many friends, they actually the first liners during the COVID-19. They are specialists, consultants, and medical officers. So I heard so many news that is very devastating. As someone trained in natural product chemistry, I'm going to tell them, yes, semambu got some users, but semambu tak ada bukti untuk merawat COVID. Don't use semambu. Go and get your treatment. Okay. It was havoc during that time. I remember being cyberbullied many times, so I'm getting used to it already. So saya buat tak tahu je. Okay. But there are many of them. They can be very, very, kita kata, ni lah, rude, they try to downgrade you, they try to cyberbully you, everything they can do. That's why I don't really reveal my personal information on the Facebook. Okay. So platform mana yang ramai orang kongsi? Social media, group messaging, ni biasa kan, dan group family. Sharing is caring. Group taman. Oh, guna ini untuk merawat diabetes. Ni private messaging. Ni mungkin orang yang lebih lama-lama lah. Email, blog, forum and others. Okay. Okay, this information about social networking users. This one is illustrated in graphic, rather the one that I wrote just now is in the ayat sentence form. Okay, so how to begin actually? So depends lah. I remember people that actually went viral, they did not intend to go viral. Dia tak nak viral. Sometimes they just quiet lah, dia tak nak viral, dia tak nak. Tapi some people memang they want to educate public. How you can educate public? Sometimes you don't have to be like, consistently writing, unless you want to make money using content by being content creator. Nowadays, content creator is a job. If you want to do that, yes, you need to decide your objective and all that. Whatever that I do all this year, it's not actually for money. I didn't make money pun actually. I do it for free je. Bukan sebab nak create money. Adalah orang-orang yang approach saya, you have to pay me something, for advertising, whatever product. Saya tak pernah ambil. Usually, I only accept invitation to give a talk. That's all. Other than that, nak pergi banyak lah. If I open my message macam-macam, nak jual insurans lah, nak jual, no lah. Usually, I always educate people about the importance of takaful, but I didn't actually specifically getting paid for that. No, I didn't get paid for that. If you see I promote something, either they are my friend because they ask me to promote, or I think something useful that people should have. No, I didn't get paid for promoting whatever services or whatever products. Okay, I don't actually get paid for doing this. Okay, if people want to get paid by doing this, but by doing the correct thing, bukannya suka-suka buat salah langgar semua sebab you want to get paid. You have to do it correctly lah. Decide your objective. What are your target audience? What is your take-home message? Please remember whatever that we written that went viral, or whatever that we try to disseminate. Especially if you have some social media power, you have followers. Sometimes follower ni dia ada juga yang fanatic. Dia fanatik tak gaban. Kita buat salah pun dia akan sokong juga. Okay. You be careful. Remember, pen ni lebih tajam daripada pedang. Nowadays kita kata mungkin keyboard is more sharper than pedang than a sword. Why? Because many of us here are Muslims, we know whatever we return is going to be us later. It's going to be, you need to answer whatever that you have done during your time on earth here. So kita kena berhati-hati sebab dia went viral. Whatever that goes to the internet will stay there forever. Kamu delete lah, ada orang screenshot, ada orang lain yang tulis. So we must be very careful, especially as someone that you carry yourself someone professional. Okay, it will be there forever. Something you cannot do, tak boleh buang dah. It will be there. It will tarnish your reputation later on. So that's why being popular, being famous is not something yang kita kata something yang kita kata benda yang seronok lah, yang menyeronokkan, something exciting or something that give you satisfaction. My satisfaction is when people understand. Okay, contohnya why you should not do this, why you should do that. Okay, rather than being popular, being known. I'm not looking for popularity. What happen if you becomes popular? Whatever you say, people will take it like seriously. Itu saya melawak je. Saya kata, I cannot see people the way they potong kangkung. Kangkung Indonesia pun ada kangkung enggak? Potong kangkung. The way some people potong kangkung ni you need to peel, kita panggil one leaf to another. Dia bukannya kau potong macam potong sawi tu. Melawak je. I don't mind pun potong macam mana. Dia makan kenyang sudah lah kan. Tapi some people kata, is there any different? Ada beza ke kalau potong macam tu dengan potong? Tak ada beza. Cuma the way kita diajar kan mak kita potong. It's different. Nanti nampak macam pelik sikit. Tu pun some people take it seriously. So then I know lah I should not actually no, I don't have that kita kata the privacy to do so, nak melawak dalam Facebook kawan. I don't have that kind of that privacy anymore. Whatever I say, people will take it seriously, or they can blow out of proportion. So we need to be very careful lah. Okay, so usually I will suggest you have a group, especially if you do this on voluntary basis, not to find money or anything. Kalau you nak cari duit, you ada syarikat lah. Kalau tak macam kami set up a NGO group so that we can have same mission, different field to get the information delivered. Dalam bahasa yang orang faham. We always say membaringkan bahasa. Layman membaringkan, laying the languages to direct translation. Because, whatever kita belajar, dia bombastic. The languages are bombastic. The term something that people cannot understand. Especially in Malaysia lah, because we normally, kita kata everything is taught in English. Berbeza dengan Indonesia, dia guna bahasa Indonesia. Okay, kita guna bahasa Inggeris. So, apa yang kita belajar, terma istilah-istilah tidak difahami oleh orang awam. The way we use the languages. Contoh, solution. Kita guna solution, maksudnya larutan. Tapi out there, people understand solution, something different. Kan? Dalam law lain pula bunyinya, dalam public dia lain pula. Itu saya maksudkan. Kita kena terangkan. Okay? And then you get up to date with current issues. This is how to get easily viral. You answer the current issues. You can easily get viral. Bila you viral, mestilah ada orang yang maki-maki hamun kan. So that's the drawback lah. You must be mentally ready for that. At my age, I don't care anymore. Okay. And then you need to write a good article. You need to answer the problem with a good citation. Don't give your opinion and opinion. It doesn't matter. Whatever you feel doesn't matter. Okay. So usually when you get a viral post, it's about the shareability of the content and the clickability of the packaging. The clickbait article, dia selalu macam tu. Sometimes saya tak suka clickbait article. Whatever that I'm giving interview to, contoh saya ditemu ramah oleh wartawan, okay, the reporters from some news agency. Whatever that is, I thought actually something yang come from my heart, something true, something that I use the correct reference. Tapi sometimes they need to use the clickability of the packaging, the clickbait article. So being Malaysian, they tend to read the title first. Tak buka pun. Lepas tu kena maki berjemaah tu biasalah. So every time my article when I was interviewed by the reporters, when the article went online, I didn't read the comment. For the sake of a mental health, jangan baca. And then usually title, how to capture the audience. We usually try to use the emotional element. We give them promise, we ask questions, something intrigue or clickbait. Clickbait ni lah memang selalu. Clickbait and intrigue. Memang kita maki berhamba tak baca pun artikel tu. Rupanya artikel cakap lain. This is how when we apply, kita kata using some formula. Even though personally, I don't know how my tweet, for example, went viral. I don't know how it went viral sometimes. I just tweet, sometimes suka-suka, dia tengok viral, berbelas ribu. I don't know how it went viral sometimes. But in Facebook, we know how to capture audience. We know how to play around with the kita kata algorithm, how to capture audience. Okay, dekat Twitter, I still cannot figure out. Most of the time, my tweet will go viral, but I don't know why it went viral. Okay, maybe because I try to get straight to the point, simple as possible. That's the thing I can think of lah, because Twitter is all about ideas. But it always went viral. I don't know how. But in Facebook, we know how to play around. We use the title, sometimes we use emotion, and the keywords that we use, the SEO search dalam website kita tu menyebabkan kita punya website tu dia appear on the first page. Macam ni lah, like my own web page. How it comes to the first page. I remember during at this time, people were asking me, is it true when the children chew the leaves of different bakia, dia akan melepuh macam bengkak? Yes, it can happen. Sebab dia ada those kita kata oxalate needles. Dia very kita kata dia akan menyebabkan tu lah keracunan, especially in young children and house pet. Kalau kita dewasa ni paling-paling melepuh je kot. But it's not pleasant. Tak ada orang dewasa bergigit kot ni. Dia beracun. Tapi kanak-kanak sometimes dia, they have this curiosity. The cats also, that's why we say the curiosity kills the cat. When they try to chew the leaves of different bakia, what happen is they're going to have this, kita kata, dia akan melepuh lah, luka, bengkak due to these oxalate crystals in the different bakia leaves. Cantik, tapi tulis kat situ, awas beracun. So, for this pokok labu kayu, surprisingly, my article went on the first on the carian Google few years back. I don't know today, saya tak cari pun. Ni few years back lah, 2018. Okay. It seems that people are talking about labu kayu khasiat sekian, good for this, good for that. But actually, tak ada orang yang answer. Why? And why cannot, and why you can use it? So my take is, tak kesan pun. Makan ubat je doktor bagi. When you have uncontrolled hypertension, what you can get? You can get stroke and heart attack, especially in men, younger men. They can get heart attack due to uncontrolled hypertension and uncontrolled hyperlipidemia. Hyperlipidemia means kolesterol tinggi lah orang tu cakap. Makan ubat kolesterol tinggi, okay, what happen? If you have high cholesterol and it can cause the atherosclerosis, where your blood vessel can be hardened and there is a plaque build up in the blood vessel. So when the blood try to go through this, kita kata build up, macam salur pipe tersangkut dan tersumbat. What happen? Like a clog, kita kata piping system. So what happen? It will burst. Okay, that's how the heart attack, that's how stroke happen. It can cause bleeding. Untuk heart attack tu, dia memang akan menyebabkan serangan jantung. Especially kalau darah tu menuju ke saluran jantung. Kalau stroke, saluran darah, the blood vessel to the brain, the main blood vessel to the brain. So that's why you need to change your lifestyle. And if your changing lifestyle did not successfully control your hypertension and hyperlipidemia, you need to start medication. So that you can actually reduce your risk of getting stroke and heart attack. So another one is about ulam raja. I remember pokok ni, a friend of mine asked a nephrologist, Dr. Rafidah. I think many of you know Dr. Rafidah Abdullah. She asked me to write an article about ulam raja. This is among the earliest article that I wrote in 2017. But the way I wrote back then is like, writing a review article. It's not actually like that lah when you want to communicate with the community. Recently, with the recent years, I'm getting used to the language. Saya guna bahasa yang lebih, kita kata ada cerita. rather than you buat review paper. You tahu macam you tulis proposal tu, like you writing your proposal or final year project. That's how I wrote. But in bahasa Melayu back then. But now I'm getting used to it, so I'm trying to engage with the public using the language that public understand. So adalah kawan-kawan saya yang lain tu macam Dr. Swazeli and others, they rewrite my article in other platform macam ni tiba-tiba muncul ke Arokah ni. Dia lah tu, dia punya lah tu. Dr. Swazeli punya. So I wrote on my web page only. Whoever yang ambil tu dia ambil from my web page. Banyak dah blog tu dia ambil je. Kadang-kadang tak minta izin pun. Okay. This is another one. Okay, how we utilizing the use of title. Apa title isu dia? Orang kata durian Belanda menyebabkan Parkinson. Betul, atypical Parkinson. But makan banyak mana yang boleh kena Parkinson tu? It's actually safe lah the way that we eat today. Ini contoh yang orang cakap makan tak boleh. Sebenarnya boleh makan. Ada orang juga cakap, you need to eat this to treat certain diseases. I said, no, you cannot eat that. There are certain things, tak boleh makan. I said, boleh makan. You have no evidence to say so. Contoh dia lah. Okay. Alright, another one. Okay. So usually when you write a content, you try to use less jargon as possible. Don't use so much jargon. Or else you need to explain every term that you use. Make it simple, one message at a time. Don't write an article that gives 3 messages. People can get confused. Okay. So you use analogy and metaphor wherever applicable. Something easy for the public to understand. Okay, something that the readers can relate. Okay. And sometimes, if you're able to do in a storytelling style, one of my colleague, Dr. Nurmala, she also one of the Ini Science Babe admin. She is a pharmacologist and molecular biologist. So there are many questions that actually she can answer because that's her field. Okay. One of her capability is she can make it into a storytelling. That's why many of her articles went viral. Okay. So dia boleh tulis macam cerita. Like, something capture the audience. About food. Orang kan suka makan. About food and everything. Food always viral. Food stuff is always viral. Kalau macam saya tulis macam makanan, cepat je viral. Mungkin tu kot dia viral kat Twitter. Okay. So it's about perception. Kita kan orang akademik or orang yang belajar. Kita especially researcher, we always want to know the background first. What are the details? Then we can make conclusion. That's how we write a journal. We cerita background, cerita apa, objektif, the problem, statement, whatever semua. Then last kali we to conclusion. Tapi orang public, dia tak nak benda ni. Dia nak, so the bottom line is, so what's the deal? Tell them, boleh makan ke tak boleh? Of course kita kata tak boleh. So what? You explain kenapa tak boleh. Then you support with detail. So the way we interact is different. Okay. I don't know about you, but among us academician, the way we interact with each other, kita dengar dulu dia belitih, membebel-bebel, dia cerita semua, bagi evidence, last kali conclusion. Okay, kita akan dengar, conclusion is the last kali dia cerita. But for the public, they want to know what's the deal. So what? The bottom line is straight to the point. Then, you give supporting details. So, contoh macam dia lah. Something about vaccine. The bottom line is, yes, measles can kill you. About, dia lah orang asli, saya tak ingat somewhere benar tau. Yang meninggal sebab kena measles. Most probably because they are, not undernourished lah. Dia tak cukup zat makanan. They are easily lah, can get worse with the measles infection. So what? Supporting details and emotion. This is something we can do lah when it comes to something that we can relate when your child is getting sick. Okay. Contoh macam ni lah pokok different bakia. So what? Boleh ke tak boleh? What's the deal? So we say, yes, it can cause toxicity. What are the details? What are the take-home messages? Okay. Ini tak viral sangat lah, 700. Tapi dah Facebook dah consider viral. Okay. Sometimes can go to 5,000, 6,000. Itulah yang semambu tu. Kena baki pun berkoyan-koyan jugalah. So which area? Area apa yang kita nak jawab? Well, it depends on your area of interest. We are talking about chemistry. There are so many things about chemistry. Food chemistry, plant chemistry, oleochemistry, organic chemistry. You can talk about material chemistry, physical chemistry, so many things chemistry. Okay, sometimes that we can relate with our daily life. Area of expertise, or you just answering common misconception. You don't have to be a chemist to answer that. But because you can read, you can get original sources from English websites, you can also answer the misconception. Or is there any trivia currently? Any sensitive issues that you want to answer? Okay. So what the do and don'ts? They up to you lah. This is how I view things. Okay. I will not usually put everything about my life on Facebook. Something very vague, not about anak saya nama apa, dia sekolah apa, dia duduk kat mana, umur berapa. Something that I will not tell the public. Okay. Public will know only about me, maybe a bit about my family because I'll tell stories. I don't tell names, I don't tell details. Okay. Macam tu lah. Itulah. You have to be responsible for your posts again. Okay. Don't give wrong take home message. Sometimes kita tulis tu betul lah. Tapi take home message tu, dia orang tak sampai. The information is not there. It's not reach the public. The take home message did not reach the public. All the details are there. Tapi itulah. Take home message is very important. Okay. Of course, something that you need to do, you need to verify sources. Especially use primary and secondary sources. What is primary sources? Directly from the journals. Journal tu pula bukan review journal ya. Review journal tu dah secondary, tertiary source. Primary source yang buat eksperimen tu. Yang ada methodology experiment. That is the primary source. Again, when you read primary source kan, this is anything. That's why expertise comes in. And wisdom. Okay. Contoh talking about a plant. Author dia kata boleh pakai. Author lain kata ada yang pakai, boleh tak pakai. Sebenarnya pakai tak boleh pakai ni. That's come expertise. As someone trained in natural product and herbal medicine, so I would know mana yang boleh actually the consensus of the scientific community. Is it okay or not? Macam ivermectin lah, isu ivermectin. Ada yang study kata okay, ada study kata tak okay. So now macam mana kita guna? Nak guna ivermectin ke tak? We use consensus. Consensus means the jumhur lah. Jumhur saintis, jumhur ulama. Jumhur, okay, we say all the scientists agree on something. Okay. Majority of the scientists agree ivermectin will not help in alleviating COVID. Contoh. Even though ada small study, but the small study have poor experimental design, have poor kita kata way to reduce biasness. This thing when we read an article, we read all this information. How you design an experiment. How the experiment was carried out. Is it according to the correct protocol to reduce bias, to reduce error? This is something only experts can do. That's why certain issues, not many people can write. Only the expert in the area because they know what is the consensus of the community. Okay. So lead others read your post, especially the expert and the layman. Contoh I'm writing about chemistry. I ask my friend who is a lawyer, tolong baca Ustaz. Do you understand whatever that I'm trying to convey here? And I ask another expert, what do you think? Do I make any mistake on in my article? I always do that, especially something that involve multidisciplinary. Because talking about natural product chemistry, you can avoid talking about medicine, about biochemistry, about pharmacology. It is all interdisciplinary. Even though I have some basic knowledge, but to make sure that I don't make mistake, I need to ask a colleague to go through my article. Do you think I make any mistake? Do you think the language that I use is suitable? To make sure that I did not kita kata misinterpreted the terms. It happens sometimes you don't understand the term perfectly when you try to translate itu bahasa Melayu. Okay, the term is somehow lost in translation. We need to get it correct. That's how I do with all my articles, especially when it involves medicine. I will ask my friend, a specialist, a doctor, to read. Do you think I do something wrong here about how people treat diabetes or treat dengue? When I try to put the take-home message, I will try to go into medicine a bit. So I will ask a pharmacist to read. Do I think I make a mistake here? Is it correct? How is it a common practice in medicine? So I ask them. Okay. So if whatever that you see from my website, okay, especially when it involves multidisciplinary, it's all being proofread by others, experts and laymen. Sekarang saya shock sendiri pula kan. Tulis tu yang tak faham pun sebenarnya. Sebab it's too complicated for the layman to understand. Because my target is the layman. Sometimes I learn from the English website how they write. They write in English but without the use of jargon, all the scientific terms kan. So I learn from them juga. Sometimes I see how they write to explain to the English community. Okay. Work in a group. Okay, we always work in group. Like me, I am in the Persatuan Sains Sahabat Sains Malaysia. Like I told you, we are mainly academicians. We have many academicians all over Malaysia, from USM, UKM, apa lagi? From KKM pun ada. Banyak lah. Okay. Ada yang from private companies, engineers, Petronas pun ada. So that's how we blend in together. Okay. So pick your own fight. Not everything you want to fight. Okay. Or even though you do not mean any harm, there are always repercussions from your writing. So always kita kata pick your own fight. Tak payah semua nak bergaduh. So benda nak komen. In my opinion lah. Tapi kalau you boleh handle, okay lah. Because you need to maintain your mental health. You know, cyberbullying is real. Trust me. So don't give wrong take-home message. You don't use condescending languages. You don't attack personal people. You talk about the content. Don't attack the people. Okay. You don't give personal opinion. Please don't. Okay. Even though it's personal view, but people may take your advice and against expert opinion. This is what happen nowadays. This is what happen. You popular, you bagi opinion, orang ikut you. Tapi masalahnya adalah you bukan expert. So what happen is people will get the wrong take-home message. Okay. You know, when you carry a title doctor, you carry the title doctor carry some weight in the society. Tak kisahlah you bukan doktor yang merawat orang pun. Because you are title doctor. People believe you simply. Okay. So that's why I don't put my affiliation dalam Facebook ke Twitter ke Instagram unless I was invited by the television because being a government servant, I need to get permission from my bosses. Then I need to put my affiliation. Other than that, saya tak pakai affiliation. It's all on my own. Not because I representing my institution or anything. Okay. Because why? Your affiliation, your title carries some weight. Will give people the wrong impression. You know. Kadang-kadang personal opinion tu say you je. Tak kena. Boy cerita je anak you buat apa. But you know, people get wrong impression. Okay. So you nak use affiliation ke up to you lah. Some people use but I prefer not to use lah. Personal information, professional engagement. I don't use professional engagement using my Facebook. Yang tu kita ada Facebook rasmi. Persatuan ke, Facebook rasmi. Universiti ke. That's how we kita share, okay, we share the content from the official page, but I don't use personal page for that. So the impact, of course, when saya kata lah, you kena cyberbully ke, you apa ke, will affect your personal life, your professional relationship. Ada kawan saya went to depression. Sometimes you get trapped in the social media conflict. Tak ada kena dengan you pun. Because people see you as someone that show inclination towards one group. Biasa tu. Kadang-kadang Malaysia ni antara pengguna social media di Malaysia ni memang kaki buli. Antara yang terkedal, mak kau hijau lah apa semua. Memang. Tapi memang ada. I always limit that lah. So people actually respect us for that. So dia tahu orang ni kita tak macam ni. Tapi kalau ada je nak layan ke tak? Kalau tak layan block je lah. Delete je lah, malas layan. Buang masa je. I have so many things to do. Contoh marking paper you all yang banyak-banyak tu. So there are many types of social media user. Ilmu Allah itu luas. Typically when they have no idea what they are talking about. Sains ni akidah Yahudi. So many things lah. Berlapang dada lah dengan perbezaan mitos especially. Orang dulu guna okey je. Ni semua nak meranapkan bisnes Melayu kan biasa. The common reaction. Belum beranak lagi nak cakap pasal anak. They're talking about a single pediatrician. Pediatrician. Dia pakar kat anak walaupun dia single. Kenapa nak haramkan ni? Tak apalah semua ni. Two wrongs do not make one right. Okay. Mak kau hijau dia biasa lah kan. Dia calling. Ini dah sampai the lowest ever that people can do for you. Biasalah ada. Kadang-kadang tak payah layan pun. Dah delete je lah. Block je lah. Because the negative reaction is actually hinder you from delivering the content to the majority they actually eager to know. So that's why I say pick your audience. Audience macam ni saya berterupa ke apa tu saya layan. Block je. Hidup you akan aman dan bahagia. Because you cannot do anything about them. Sometimes they are getting paid to do that. Okay. Your main target is you should deliver knowledge. That's all. Tak suka? Read comment. Tak payah baca. Don't share whatever people share about your posting. Sometimes when people share a posting, you have the inclination to check apa yang dia tulis. Jangan tengok. Untuk kesihatan minda, jangan tengok. Biasalah argument. This one I don't want to go to this. I want to go next to the misconception. Red herring. There are many types of argument. Actually, I have memorized them all. I know already at this point what to do when I get this kind of reaction. This survivorship bias ni is very true when we're talking about COVID. Kan, COVID. Because I survive, everything else can survive. Even though 99.9% tak survive. So this is where people are using survivorship bias. Okay. Tak payah ambil vaksin ni. Orang semua okey je. Apa ni? Okay. Macam kita kapal terbang. Macam mana people get the survivorship bias. Okay. Kenapa pilot tu terselamat? Kenapa pilot tu terselamat? Bukannya dia akan dekat mana tempat yang perlu dibaiki supaya you can strengthen the aeroplane rather than you see survivorship bias. That happens. Kita kena tengok kenapa ada pilot yang mati. Bukan dia tengok kenapa pilot tu selamat. Kat mana nak strengthen. This is the survivorship bias. Because I okay je, semua okay. Aku beranak 9 anak okay je. Takkanlah beranak seorang tak boleh. Survivorship bias. One day when you become parent, you become mothers, you will understand what I say. Okay. Mak aku dulu bagi anak makan. Kisah, umur 2 hari. Hidup saya besar jadi doktor, engineer. Anak dia selamat. 99% lagi usus tersumbat, kena operation dan mati. Back in the 80s, more than 26 infant died. Infant and children below the age of 5 died. Nowadays, less than 2. See? Survivorship bias. Sebab anak dia selamat, orang semua okay. Padahal anak orang lain mati, tusuk tersumbat, berak berdarah. Don't give any food to your babies until 6 months of age. After 6 months, you can give complimentary meals lah. On top of breast milk or formula milk if you cannot breastfeeding your child. Alah, aku breastfeeding anak aku okay je. Kau je nak breastfeeding, nak tambah-tambah susu. Kita tak tahu masalah kita apa. Tak payah you go into depression because you cannot give your child breast milk. Supplement your child. If you have work, everything it doesn't work. Sampai anak tu dah dehydrated pasal dengar cakap orang. This what happen. Survivorship bias. Inilah argument yang paling banyak digunakan kat Facebook. Anak aku okey je, aku bagi je ayat empuluh nanas. Batuk baik je, anak dia batuk biasa je, anak aku kena pneumonia je. 4 kali. Dalam masa 9 bulan. On top of bronchitis, bronchiolitis, apa lagi IT yang dia kena. See? Always listen to your doctor. Don't listen to makcik bawang. Ad hominem ini senang je. Dia maki kita je, plop. ST generalization, ni pembenci. Benci betul. You know why? Because I don't send my kids to school during COVID peak. Doesn't mean that I bring my kid to pantai ke beach ke pergi shopping mall. No, my kids tak pergi shopping mall. Dah habis vaksin pun tak pergi shopping mall. Masa banyak. Sebabnya ni kes-kes yang ni lah. Betul-betul dia tak tahan dia tu nak sekat sekolah buka. Tak ada orang jaga anak dia tu. Pemalas jaga anak tu. See? Generalization. Sakit hati kan? Don't do that. Appeal to authority. Pakcik saya, abah saya, nurse, doktor mana-mana tu kata. See? Appeals to false authority. I don't want to go into this. Now let us see about misconception that I always encounter on social media. Biasa Twitter kurang sikit, Facebook yang banyak. Plants are natural, thus safe and free from side effect. I always see this. Okay, this is where I start to sabar. Because I'm a natural chemist. So I know that. So if you say that people are free from chemicals, so where we get all those medicine? It comes from the plants. So let me say, plants also have chemical. They can produce their own chemicals. Some of the chemicals can be rather dangerous and poisonous. Sometimes it can kill you. Not all is safe. So tak, selamat lah natural semua jadi. Tak ada bagi kimia. Mana ada. You yourself is a walking protein globule. You know, you are protein globule. Badan kamu sendiri, you bergerak. You are a protein globule that are made up from hundreds of thousands of amino acid. So nak ni, okay. But Paracelsus might not agree with you. Paracelsus is the father of modern toxicology. Okay, he said that solar dosis specific venom, the dose makes the poison. Okay. Sometimes you say, Oh, rupa-rupanya ubat kanser kita ambil kat pokok kemunting Cina. Nak makan apa pokok kemunting Cina? Do you think it's enough? It's all coming to the dose. I'm going to talk about that after this. So previously, when we are still have these features on Facebook where you can do survey. Okay. Dulu-dulu Facebook ni boleh buat survey macam ni lah. Back in 2018. I think they remove this figure in late 2018. So we do survey. Why they say that natural? They think that natural is free from chemical. How ridiculous for me, because I'm studying the chemical from plant. Okay. There are a field called phytochemistry, plant chemistry, because plant contain chemicals. So they say that, oh, it's free from chemical, no side effect. That's how they feel about it. Okay. So kalau kita tengok from a famous journals, we're talking about what is natural product. It is really natural that free from chemicals. It is actually small molecules produced naturally by any organisms, including primary and secondary metabolites. So in the simplest form, we say natural products is a molecule produced by biological source. But the public assume, oh, natural product must be free from chemical. Nampak seminar natural product tu, saya tahu, ini ni, okay, dia ada two group of people. One group ni yang memang tak sup lah dengan natural ni. Semua natural, buat hospital semua tak boleh. Bahan kimia yang berbahaya. Okay. Tapi ada satu grup lagi yang fanatic. Dia bukan fanatic, dia paranoid. When they saw the words natural product, oh, ini mesti seminar nak jual produk-produk sampah. No, actually, we have this seminar called International Conference on Natural Products. It's actually translated itu seminar conference antarabangsa sebatian kimia semula jadi. Because in English, it means natural product. See, dia support. Kenapa tak support organizer? Saya pelik. One of our friend lah. Saya lah organizernya. One of the committee member. Why? You see, because people are so kita kata obsessed with the term as if bila natural product ni dia mesti related something yang pseudoscience, you know, or natural product means free from chemical. There are two groups of people. Macam tu. Ni ada terjadi juga. So now kita tengok what the editors of chemical biology say. One of the kita kata flagship journals in science. Okay. It says natural products are a central theme of research at the interface of chemistry and biology, but against this backdrop of significant scientific advances in the understanding the chemistry and biology of naturally occurring small molecules, there is a need for increased public awareness of what it means to be natural. Because public, dia dengar kata natural product, oh, ini free from chemical. But the thing is, we study natural product, we study about chemicals produced by living organism. Whatever the benefits, whatever the potential that we can, optimize from these natural products. Okay. So, if you think plants are chemical free, think again. Ini contoh lah, contoh flavonoids in our food. There is another myth. You need to take supplement yang ada macam ni lah, flavonoid lah, biophenol lah, apa benda-benda ni, biophenolic acid lah, because you need to mengekalkan keremajaan, delay aging, which is in one way is true lah. You consume fruits, vegetables, it's actually good for your health. It can it give good health benefit. But the thing is, you don't have to take supplement. You know why? Because 85% of our plants are flowering. All flowering plants produce flavonoids. You makan buah every day. You makan sayur. You are okay. Okay. That's how people make money. They say, oh, we will concentrate the supplement here and there. The truth is 90% is sugar. Kalau you tengok labeling kan. The way they label food, you ask your food science friend, the way they label food, ingredient yang paling banyak dia akan ikut turutan. Yang muncul awal dia ingredient yang paling banyak. Kalau sugar yang muncul dulu, that means the content of that particular product are mainly sugar. So you need to understand. Cerita kat mak kita ni, ni tengok ni, kita jus ni ada khasiat tu. Tengok label dia, benda pertama adalah sucrose. Ataupun dia ganti dengan macam sugar substitute. It happens. Memang ada. Mungkin dia letak lah water, aqua, famous sikit, water. Lepas tu dia letak sugar. That means sugar are the second major ingredient in that product. Tu mana yang letting tu. Kata letak madu, madu kat belakang lagi. Cik je. So we say, oh, dalam brokoli pun ada salicylic acid. Why I need to take aspirin? I take broccoli lah. This is what we say, the dose makes the poison. The therapeutic dose for salicylic acid is 300 to 350 grams. That means whatever the effect, the therapeutic effect that we want from aspirin, it will only works at 300 to 350. This sebenarnya miligram ni silap. Lupa letak mg. Milligram of salicylic acid. Bukan gram ya, silap. Milligram. I supposed to put m here. I forgot the m. This is 300 to 350 milligram of salicylic acid. So how much broccoli you need to eat to get this therapeutic effect? Equivalent to 30 kg. The same things goes to kemunting Cina. You know pokok kemunting Cina? Pokok hiasan cantik comel hotel tu. Actually, there are one class of natural products known as vinca alkaloids. Vinca alkaloids is very useful. Many vinca alkaloids are used as chemotherapy agent today. Ubat chemoterapi tu lah. Okay, from kemunting Cina. For kemunting Cina, the scientific name of kemunting Cina is Cantharanthus roseus. Okay, many vinca alkaloids from kemunting Cina are used as chemotherapy agent today. Okay. Let's say, saya tak nak lah chemotherapy, saya nak makan pokok kemunting Cina, natural. Okay. In 1 kilogram of kemunting Cina, it's about 0.5 milligram vincristine. If you need 50 milligram for one course of chemotherapy, you need about 11 kilogram of kemunting Cina. Banyak. That's why the dose makes the poison. You may not be kita kata cancer free by consuming kemunting Cina 11 kg per week. You might be die due to toxicity of other compounds in kemunting Cina by taking that much. So that's why the dose makes the poison, remember? In kemunting Cina bukan ada vincristine je, there are hundreds of other compounds that can be synergistically poisonous. Another misconception too, you see one of my earliest newspaper articles, bukan my articles lah, my interviews on essential oil. Banyak lah dia buat interview. Because there are some, there is one or a few lah brands of essential oils ni, they tend to sell by using downline concept ni. So adalah essential oil, demam titik dalam air minum lah, atau buat kapsul, you know, jadi macam antibiotik. Bahayanya. You know because why? The pure essential oil, I do extract essential oil using the hydrodistillation unit that I have dekat lab. Apa tau, bawah tu 304 kot. I have one unit there, hydrodistillation. So we know that the pure essential oil, it will kita kata melt plastic. Plastik akan cair. Can you imagine if you put essential oil to 1 drop into kat your skin tanpa carrier oil? You need to use carrier oil. The safe way to use essential oil, you need to use carrier oil. Essential oil has many benefits. You use as them for aromatherapy, you use them for, you know, in all your cosmetics, in your toiletries. It has good uses lah. But the thing is, when people want to sell, they say, oh, you can use essential oil to treat autism, to treat ADHD, you want to treat fever, treat cough, treat asthma. I remember that I read in one of the Facebook comment post saying that you drop the essential oil in the nebulizer to treat asthma attack. OMG. You know, knowing that the essential oil is actually corrosive in nature if you don't dilute them in carrier oil. Can you imagine you inhale when you use a nebulizer? I used to use them a lot dulu masa my asthma is not well controlled. So can you bayang you miss nebulizer is actually producing something kita kata the mist of the kita kata Ventolin ke apalah yang diguna untuk kita relieve your asthma attack. Can you imagine you campur dalam tu and then you pergi direct straight to your nasal nasal septum straight to your nasal di kita punya cavity terus pergi to your lung. Very dangerous. Saya selalu kalau orang buat untuk diri dia, saya rasa biar pilih kat dia, orang dah buat. But when you use that to your children cannot make decision for themselves. You are the one that making decision for your children. You should be responsible. Lagi dia buat essential oil. You can use essential oil, you buat mist, you buat macam aromatherapy. It's good actually relieving stress for some people. Certain essential oil is good actually to relieve pain. You rasa macam kurang sakit. There are studies for that actually. But essential oil cannot cure arthritis. It can relieve the arthritis punya inflammation. You rasa kurang sakit, you rasa relax. But it cannot cure arthritis. Arthritis will be progressive. You cannot cure arthritis. You can delay, but you cannot cure arthritis. I know because I have an early onset of arthritis. So I know how it feels, the pain of arthritis. But you cannot cure arthritis. You can delay them. Okay. Itulah. So many things lah. You buat antibiotic. That is the most dangerous. You know, essential oil in Malaysia, many of them are cosmetic grade or food grade. Okay. That means you cannot eat them, take them as antibiotic. No. Bubur pula dalam kapsul pergi telan. Aduh. Because it is not therapeutic grade. Okay. Kalau therapeutic grade, they need to get registration from the NPRA, okay, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, the body in Malaysia that actually control the registration of cosmetic medicine, kita kata supplement and many more. In Indonesia, they have this FDA, macam FDA, BPOM, Badan Pengawalan Obat. BPOM kot, tak silap saya. Okay, so they have the similar authority lah in Indonesia. So we have that authority in Malaysia. Ours is NPRA. In US, they have FDA. Okay, Food and Drug Agency kot, nama dia penuh ni. Okay, so this is another misconception. Why it happened? Because the petua-petua turun from the upline to downline. That's what happened. Okay, always stick to the science. You can use essential oil, no problem. Use them correctly based on whatever recommended by the manufacturer. Manufacturer tak suruh pun buat antibiotik. Dia tak suruh pun titik lah air minum. Manufacturer bagi guideline how to use essential oil. Ikut sahaja guideline yang diberikan oleh manufacturer. Tak kisahlah brand apa pun, boleh je pakai. Okay. The thing is, don't use them out of the recommendation. Okay, sebab you can get many side effect unknowingly. The most common one is contact dermatitis. You have some skin reaction due to use of essential oil incorrectly. Maybe you are allergic to essential oil. Maybe you don't use them incorrectly. You can also have other symptoms, more severe, poisoning and many more. Okay, I've written them in my blog. You can read them because I have one subtopic and one subtype dedicated for essential oil. Many essential oil, the goods and the bads. Okay. Misconception 3. This is quite popular. Alkaline water is the cure for cancer. Okay. Why people are saying this? They based on the statement, the findings of Dr. Otto Warburg. He received a Nobel Prize in Medicine Physiology in 1931 for this discovery. He said that cancer cell lives in hypoxic, very low oxygen acidic condition and derive energy from sugars by fermenting them the way yeast does. This is what he said lah back in early 20th century. Okay, but we should know that the knowledge evolves. The scientific knowledge actually it progresses. So whatever that he found back then is no longer relevant today, because today we understand that cancer cell actually is a rapidly mutating cell. Okay, sometimes dia ambil the sources from the blood, dia buat dia punya old blood vessel to get nutrient. Sometimes dia mutating higher at a higher rate than the blood cell can provide. The blood vessel can provide the nutrient to the cancer cell. Not that by cutting sugar. This is what the misconception yang still circulating today. You kena cancer, jangan makan daging lah, jangan makan gula. Matilah kawan tu, kata makan gula. You know why? You need sugar. from rice, from any carbohydrates to give you energy. Our cells need sugar. Okay? He theorized that this low oxygen and highly acidic condition cause cancer. The thing is today we found out because the cell cancer ni dia boleh mutate dia boleh mutating very fast berbanding the normal cell, and dia tak disebabkan dia mutating very fast, sometimes faster than the blood vessel can supply nutrient, they can also mutate under the low oxygen level. What happen? The cancer cell will produce lactic acid under low oxygen level. So that's why making the cancer cell acidic. Not because, you kena makan benda yang berakali. No. Because why? This is what happen if you take too acidic or too alkaline food. Our body will do homeostasis. Our kidney will regulate the pH to the normal pH. If you too acidic, you will die. Too alkaline, you will die. No. Okay? That's why the belief that the cancer cell is acidic, you need to drink alkaline water is not true. You will die if it is too acidic or too alkaline. Our body have the capability to regulate the pH. Tak kisah you makan limau ke, you makan cuka ke, dia akan regulate back to the normal pH. Okay. Okay. That's why with the current finding, bukanlah kata yang Dr. Warburg ni salah. Maybe not really correct at that, today. At that time, there is a new finding. Today we know that because cancer cell can mutate very fast. It can produce even very fast until oksigen pun tak cukup. Menyebabkan dia menghasilkan lactic acid. Dia boleh menghasilkan sel walaupun tanpa oksigen. So, byproduct dia adalah lactic acid. That's why bila kita kaji cancer cell di dalam piring in petri dish, we see the cancer cell is acidic. Not because you need to drink something alkaline. And not to mention today, ada orang samakan, air alkaline brand tertentu sama dengan air zam-zam. Tak sama. This something yang we learn in water chemistry. Why? Because whatever the alkalinity of air zam-zam, okay, is due to the presence of minerals. Whatever that your water filter to produce alkaline water, dia pakai teknik electrolysis. No material, no minerals added. That's why. So it's different. Ini satu benda yang misconception. It's not true. When you do hydrolysis, you can change your water to become more acidic or more alkaline. It's simple electrolysis of water. Another misconception. Drugs, all synthetic and dangerous. This pie chart, I extracted this pie chart from a journal published in 2020 by Newman and Craig. Newman and Craig are two scientists that produced the list of drugs registered since 1981. Okay, this duo have been publishing on the newest drug since 1981. They have published like every few years, they akan publish new. Okay, the latest one 2020. Saya tak tahu lagi kalau 2022 dah ada ke belum yang baru. Sebelum ni 2018 macam tu lah. Dia 2016, 2010 kot. Dia buat setiap beberapa tahun. Dia akan tengok ubat-ubat yang pernah didaftarkan di dunia. Especially di UNS lah. So dia tengok di sini, you see more than 50% medicine that we have today are actually natural product derived, plants derived. Not to mention other biologicals, macromolecule. This is still natural product. Okay. Also botanical drug. Botanical drug means you have a mixture of herbs with known and defined structure and defined therapeutic effect. Ada kajian klinikal yang proper, standardization and many more. This is where natural products, chemists work as well. And also for natural product derivative. Okay. These are examples of drugs from plant. This is classic lah. Lama adalah, yang baru-baru ada lagi. Okay, saya tak update. This one is the lecture note from my lecture. I teach natural product chemistry for BSEC student. So this is some slide from my lecture. Okay, so we have here Taxol from Texas brevifolia. Okay, this is also a chemotherapy agent that is used until today. We have quinine from Quinquina sp. Quinine ni kita kata the earliest generation of anti-malarial drug. Hari ni orang tak pakai dah. Okay. The derivative of quinine, chloroquine, primaquine and everything masih digunakan untuk non-complicated malaria. Okay. There are other types of malaria macam Vivax, malaria. Okay. Macam di Indonesia masih banyak malaria. Di Malaysia kita dah hampir tak dengar dah. Kita dah tak ada human transmission malaria. We have macaque malaria daripada beruk di Sarawak kot tak silap. We still have malaria and we also have 1 or 2 imported cases of Plasmodium falciparum. Plasmodium falciparum infection. Plasmodium is a type of protozoa that cause malaria infection. There are many types of Plasmodium. We have Vivax, malaria, we have falciparum, another one apa benda tu. Okay, so malaria is still rampant in Indonesia, especially in the Papua New Guinea, the Irian Jaya, a certain part of Indonesia. They're rampant, it can cause death, especially when you get complicated malaria due to falciparum infection, Plasmodium falciparum. So for Plasmodium falciparum infection, people no longer use quinine. They use artemisinin from Artemisinia annua. The scientist that found artemisinin, Dr. Tu Yuyu from China, back then she initiated a large-scale random screening of plants used in traditional Chinese medicine for the treatment of fever and malaria. When she found this artemisinin from Artemisinia annua, she is the only natural product chemist that received Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology in 2015. Baru lagi. 7 years back, she received a Nobel Prize in Medicine. She is a chemist, received a Nobel Prize in Medicine for the discovery of artemisinin. Artemisinin saves many lives. Okay, because especially in the certain part of Indonesia, in the Mekong, in the sub-Saharan Africa, belah-belah Afrika sana tu, okay, yang ada masalah penyakit malaria yang kebal, resistant towards the present drug. Dia kebal. Dia dah kebal. Jadi ubat yang ada tidak boleh lagi merawat untuk membunuh protozoa tu. Okay, so dia kebal. So that's what because something urging from this recent years that the scientific community need to find new anti-malaria because there is a report of a new strain of malaria in Mekong region. Apa jadi kalau dia ada strain yang resistant terhadap artemisinin? Kita tak ada ubat lain dah. Artemisinin is the reason. Kita kata the standard therapy today to treat complicated malaria due to chloroquine resistant Plasmodium falciparum. Okay, so this is like antibiotik juga. Kita ada isu juga dengan antibiotik. The rise of antibiotic resistant. Okay, maksudnya bakteria tu dah tak load, dah kebal. They are resistant towards the antibiotic. So that means when you take the antibiotic will no longer able to treat bacterial infection. What happened? A simple kita kata injury, childbirth can cause death if you caught the bacteria that is resistant towards all types of antibiotic. This is what is the urging, kita kata discovery that need to be made during this decade. Because we don't want, we go back to the, zaman dahulu where a simple childbirth, simple accident can cause death due to bacterial infection. The discovery of antibiotic began with penicillin actually saved millions of lives because simple antibiotic will where previously simple bacterial infection can cause death, including during childbirth. Okay, so dengan adanya antibiotic, we can actually prevent that. So, what is our contribution as a community to delay the antibiotic resistance? When you are prescribed with antibiotic, please complete your course. Satu. Nombor dua, when you got fever, when you have fever or simple cough, don't ask for antibiotic if you don't need antibiotic. When your doctor prescribe antibiotic, ask why he or she prescribe you antibiotic. Sometimes you don't need antibiotic. You can cure on your own. Why? Simple antiviral infection is self-limiting. You can actually recover from simple viral infection. Viral infection is self-limiting. After a few days, you will be okay. What you need is just rest and plenty of water. Okay, but there are people irresponsible enough to sell antibiotic rampantly. Cannot. You need to get antibiotic if you need them. Okay. If you find your GP, the doctor that you always visit, is not responsible with the antibiotic prescription, find another doctor so that we can save our children, your children, my grandchildren from antibiotic resistance. Okay. That's what we can do as a community lah. When you are given, you are prescribed with antibiotic, that means you must need them. Okay. So these are the drugs, camptothecin. Camptothecin is actually found from Camptotheca acuminata. Okay. It has anti-cancer properties. Unfortunately, it has poor bioavailability. So they modified camptothecin to become another compound, that semi-modification, so that it can be used to treat cancer. We have Digison from Digitalis lanata. And then we have theophylline from tea leaves. Okay. In 1 kilogram tea leaves, there is about 10 milligram of theophylline. 1 kilogram of tea leaves ada 10 milligram theophylline. Sekejap. 1 kilogram. So sorry. 1 kilogram of tea leaves, 10 milligram theophylline. Dulu, theophylline, previously, okay, theophylline was used as bronchodilator. Nowadays, kita pakai Ventolin. You know, bronchodilator means you want to relax your bronchus. When you have an asthma attack, what happen is your bronchus will constrict. Dia akan mengecut. So you feel very difficult to breathe. You feel that not enough air coming in. So what happened was these people are prescribed with theophylline, a type of bronchodilator, so that your bronchus will not constrict. You become relaxed to its original shape. Okay, so that you can breathe easily. But from asthmatic people, when you have this trigger, it can constrict. So you feel very difficult to breathe. Nowadays, we have many other agents, bronchodilator. Nowadays, bronchodilator is not the primary, the first line of treatment. Okay, usually doctor will prescribe, kita kata inhale corticosteroid to control the inflammation that cause asthma attack in the first place. That means what doctors are doing today, they try to prevent the attack, not treat you during the attack. Okay, so like myself, I have been on corticosteroid for quite 6 years already. So alhamdulillah, managed to keep my asthma control well. Okay, so benda-benda macam ni lah. Okay, tapi you say, oh saya tak nak pakai lah inhaler doktor saya bagi. I want to take theophylline from tea leaves. How much you need to take? For theophylline to work, you need about 1000 milligram per day. Okay, kalau you nak pakai from tea leaves tu, you need 10 kilogram to get the theophylline. Same amount je, no nak kekeh. Okay, alright. Next one is galantamine. Galantamine is actually an Alzheimer drug, the early generation of Alzheimer drug. Alzheimer drug ni is to delay the progression of Alzheimer. People with Alzheimer, they tend to forget things lah. Dia dah nyanyuk lah kita kata. It can happen to young people as well. But usually people in their 50s and 60s, like my own mother-in-law, she had Alzheimer's. So she is prescribed with acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, a type of drugs that delay the progression of Alzheimer. Dia tak boleh treat Alzheimer, dia delay so that she can live like normal people but forgetting things lah. Dia tak ingat benda apa dah. She can ask you like hundreds of times the same thing again because she forget the working memory is gone. Okay, but she can still remember things from the past sebelum dia start nyanyuk. Tapi Alzheimer, for this type of medication, they cannot cure Alzheimer. What they can do is they can delay so that she can have normal life, she can manage herself, boleh kencing berak sendiri, makan sendiri, mandi sendiri. At one point, when the drugs no longer working, she will be bedridden. Everything we have to manage for her, like kencing berak ke, makan, minum. At that time, dah teruk dah dia punya Alzheimer. Right now, she's okay. Dah how many years on this medication? 5 years? You know, how modern medicine actually help us to improve our life. For her, today is still 2010. She still remember our last Prime Minister tu yang tahun 2010, 2012. No, bukan 2010. 2014 macam tu. Tahun 15. Itu sahaja dia ingat. Prime Minister hari ni tukar 3 kali pun dia tak ingat dah. Okay, so natural products are a source of drugs. We can see here many drugs comes from natural products. This one, the information is also extracted from this paper, the same one that I extract the information, the pie chart. Misconception 5. Ini tak adalah damaging sangat. All coloured plants contain anthocyanin. Not necessarily true, because there are other class of compounds known as petalate also give the same kita kata kind of kita kata shade of colours. Interestingly, the plant that produce anthocyanin will not produce betalain and vice versa. Honey is better than sugar for diabetic control. Ni biasalah kalau ni. Tak payah makan gula putih, makan je madu. If you are not diabetic, you are healthy, honey is a better option because honey do not only contain the sugar, they also contain minerals, they also contain probiotic, prebiotic, okay. I cannot distinguish between the two. That kind of thing, that good for you lah. Okay, if taken moderately. Honey can be used to alleviate minor cough. It can be used to to treat to treat luka, diabetic foot kita panggil apa istilah dia, when you have injuries, small injuries, okay, honey can be used to treat the injuries to avoid the infection. Okay, honey can be used in certain type of injuries. For example, diabetic foot. When you have this diabetic foot symptom, where the injury is getting worse, and your foot is like is on its way to become gangrene. So one way to treat is by using honey. So when you say honey is good for diabetic patient, you can take honey, no problem, don't have to control. Why? Because honey is good, blah, 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 blah. But the truth is, honey also contains sugar, very high sugar content. You can see here, the composition of honey, okay. So because honey contain high sugar and less water, that's why honey can be used to treat injuries, small injuries, macam luka-luka di tangan, okay, boleh digunakan. Tapi bukanlah honey yang kita beli dalam botol tu. Dia ada special honey for medical purposes. Because honey yang for medical purposes tu, dia memang dikawal in a way that supaya kandungan honey tu tak ada benda-benda yang boleh kita kata cause side effect from the honey, the use of honey to treat that injury. Misconception 7. Okay, the last misconception today, maybe I don't know you know this or not. MSG is dangerous and unhealthy. For some people, they cannot take MSG because MSG can trigger their migraine. They can also, that means you will have persistent headache. But for most people, MSG is okay. Because why? MSG is actually the source of glutamic acid. Glutamic acid occurs naturally in many food. Even the MSG is extracted from plant. In fact, if you are really difficult to reduce salt in your meal, you can actually replace with MSG. Tapi up to you lah how your taste can cook with MSG. MSG has this umami taste. The same umami taste you can get from like soy, get from cheese, broth solution. From bacon, kalau from bacon, if the one that consume porcine based product, or in tomatoes, in potatoes also contain glutamic acid. Glutamic acid, when you crystallize them, you will get sodium, monosodium glutamate. This is the perception yang hari ni sampai hari ni. Jangan letak MSG. Tak apa, I agree. Tapi to say that it's dangerous, it's not true. Okay. Tak apa, you can actually get MSG from your food, the way you cook your food, especially mushrooms. Mushroom contain high amount of MSG. I always use mushrooms. Whenever I try to cook pasta, for example, you get the umami taste due to glutamic acid from mushrooms. Certain vegetables, when you stir fry your vegetables, you add mushrooms to get those. And also, you try to to stir your onions, you slice onion until it's browning. This this skill of cooking also will produce this MSG, this about umami taste coming from glutamic acid. The way how you extract it. For example, if I cook curry, especially fish curry, I always add tomatoes because tomatoes will give you that sweet umami flavor due to glutamic acid. Nampak tak? Banyak tau glutamic acid dan tomato. That's why I always add tomatoes in my fish curry. So, sometimes if you think that your curry is not umami enough, I might want to add a pinch of MSG. It's okay. You actually adding more MSG to your food rather than taking them from natural sources. Okay, you can add them. It's not dangerous actually, except for some people that is allergic to MSG, or for some people that is actually this MSG can trigger your migraine or whatnot. Then you need to avoid. For example, for some people, they cannot take caffeine, either in coffee or tea. It will trigger their migraine. That one they need to avoid. Does it mean that coffee is bad for you? No. Some people, okay, about coffee, some people, they are rapid caffeine metabolizer. Something to do with your with the enzymes that your liver produce. Okay, a family of CYP2A1, if I'm not mistaken, enzymes in your liver that actually help you to metabolize caffeine. Some people express this enzyme more than other people. So when they drink coffee, caffeine will not affect them. They drink coffee, they pergi tidur like nothing happened. But some people, even though a sip or two of coffee will make them awake all night. This is what we call poor coffee metabolizer. Their liver did not produce enough, do not produce enough CYP2A1. Okay, this is very individual. We cannot say to all, oh, coffee is bad for you. No, it depends on people, except if you're pregnant. If you are pregnant, you need to limit your caffeine intake to about 2 cups per day. That's all. If you're not pregnant, healthy, not having migraine with, like me, I need my coffee, or else I might feel a bit, I can trigger my migraine by not having coffee, for example. So I need my coffee, especially when I'm working under stress. So I need coffee for me to relax a bit. It is kind of a stimulant anyway. So, but for me, coffee will not affect me. I can drink 2 cups coffee and go to bed easily. For some people, minum sahaja 2-3 deguk, dia tak boleh tidur lah. Because they are poor. They are kind of people that are poor caffeine metabolizer. The same thing goes to chilies. Some people cannot eat chilies. They feel chili is too spicy for them. Some people boleh makan chili tu macam tak ada apa. This is something to do with your genetic variation. Either you express more of that particular particular receptor or not. In this case, we are talking about TRPV1. Some people express more TRPV1. Some people lack of TRPV1. TRPV1 is kita kata vanilloid type of receptor. Bila kita makan chili, the capsaicin in chili will bind to the TRPV1 receptor, will give you this heat sensation. So what happen? You will be sweating. So badan kamu ingat kamu sedang terbakar. You know, you are actually on roast. Sebab tu kau berpeluh-peluh, muka merah. Why? Your blood vessel is dilating. And you are salivating, produce more saliva. And you are sweating because your body think you are on fire. Okay, literally. Okay, dia bagi heat sensation. Tapi bukan pun. That's why you are sweaty, you know, you are feeling very hot. You feel like your cheek turns to red. Sebab tu lah. Some people, dia lack of this TRPV1. Makan chili like nothing happen. But sometimes, after a while, you did not take chili. You tak makan lagi chili. You can no longer take chili. Why? This is something to do with practice as well. Okay. When you are not taking chili for a while, you cannot take chili anymore. Especially when, as for me, when I was pregnant, I tend to eat spicy food. But the same spicy food I cannot take today when I'm not pregnant. Tak tahu pasal apa, nak suka macam baik. Keluar tak suka pedas juga. Itu. Okay. So something to do with genetic, something that my friend Dr. Normala always write about this. It's very interesting. Even though I'm not a chemist, also I'm not a biologist, also I can learn from her. It's very interesting. So as a conclusion, okay, what can I say is people always like stories. They can relate something that they can relate. That's why we cakap pasal chili, pasal makan. Orang suka lah kan, you can relate. Pasal kopi always went viral. If I post something like that, usually memang easily 5 to 6,000 retweet. Kalau Facebook tu can go to 2-3,000 sharing. So Facebook algorithm ni berbeza dengan Twitter. Twitter can go 11,000 pernah. So easily macam tu. So the thing is, before you start something, writing something, what you want to achieve? What is your objective? Do you want to educate, myth busting, to disseminate information, to increase science literacy? Every one of us can do our part. You are going to be a chemist, scientist one day. What you can do to your society to increase the science literacy? You know, so many things today until now, until that my generation, we think that it's time for us to retire already. Too much for us already with all the life commitment. We need young people like you all to take over, to continue educating public so that they will not fall to the prey of the predators. So macam itulah. So target group, who do you want to educate? Kalau orang tua-tua lain sikit bahasanya. Kena bersembang-sembang. Orang macam saya ni mungkin okey lagi lah, you boleh sembang lah. But usually I prefer straight to the point. But your generation lagi lah, what's the deal? What's the benefit for me? Tell me. To your generation. Okay, so what's your long-term target? Is it one time off, kadang-kadang kamu tulis tu, tak berniat apa-apa pun, tiba viral? Okay, what's your long-term target? Do you really want to do something, achieve something? Or is it a one-off thing? So you need to think about it. So I think that's all. My slide, I have finished everything. So I will pass the floor to the host today.
Thank you, Dr. Cheputi, for such an interesting talk by sharing your insights and knowledge with us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have listened to the interesting presentation from our expert presenter, Dr. Cheputi, we will continue with a Q&A session. Now, if anyone has any questions, you may type on the chat box or raise the hand button. I am sure Dr. Cheputi will be pleased to answer them.
There's question at the chat box. May I read? Salam from Rafian Shahida. Salam, as my background from chemistry education undergraduate program at UNISA and as teacher in the future, would you like to give us advices to handle or cope with the misinformation about chemistry subject among students in high school or sekolah menengah? Thank you.
Okay. I don't know about how the perception of Indonesian schoolgoers about chemistry, but in Malaysia there is one perception that chemistry is so difficult. Something to do where you want to produce an explosive only. You know, like you mixing colored things and then you get something. You always have this kind of perception, even though we know that there is about 1% of whatever that we learn. So what can I say is from my interaction with school children, the thing is this generation is different. Maybe you can correlate better than me. You know, when I say they are very kita kata different, okay, their interest is very different. Budak-budak sekarang ni, especially in Malaysia, their syllabus are quite high, you know. So rather than you treat them that they're not knowing this thing, you should treat them as someone that will understand whatever that you say. You should want to relate. Contoh, you can relate about tempe. You know, tempe is something that staple food lah in Indonesia, especially in the Java. So kat Pulau Jawa memang banyak tempe lah. Saya belajar makan tempe sebab saya duduk kat Jawa. Dulu saya tak pandai makan tempe. Why? Because in the northern part of Malaysia, where I came from, we don't actually eat tempe. I only know about tempe when I studied here in Shah Alam, where I have many friends from Java background, and here they sell tempe ni, like you can easily get tempe lah here. But in northern part of Malaysia, from where I came from, there is no tempe. We don't cook tempeh, we don't eat tempeh on regular basis. So something you can relate about tempeh. The chemistry of tempeh. Why tempeh smell like that? Why the fermentation of the soil produce this kind of sometimes they tend to be interested when you relate something. Contohnya bila you tell something that happens in their daily life, and then about things that they usually love to do. Okay, this can be quite tricky, which means it requires you to understand your audience, to understand your student. Okay, when you understand your student, then you know lah how to tackle. Benda apa yang menarik minat dia? Because it's quite tricky. Saya tak tahu bagaimana anak-anak di Indonesia di sekolah, bagaimana karakternya. Okay, bagaimana caranya berinteraksi, caranya dengan sesama teman. Jadi itu saya tak tahulah. In Malaysia, we have different kind of scenario lah. So usually we tend to tell something that they are very interested in, depending on sekolah juga. In Malaysia, we have different kind of school kan. Certain school, ke sekolah yang luar bandar tu, lain sikit cara kita cerita dia. Kalau sekolah bandar, sekolah-sekolah yang elite, the way kita akan cerita tentang rocket, the robotic, the things, macam itulah. Kalau chemistry, we're talking about things that we can do. About material, advanced material, about how we can manipulate simple thing in our daily life to produce something. Okay, something they will be interested in that. But sekolah-sekolah kampung dia lain sikit. Dia lain sikit. They are not exposed like the children in the big cities. Okay, so again, when you say about that, it depends on your audience. I don't know your audience, but generally based on my interaction with the school children, depends on where they are, their family background, about their, what are their interest in. Adakah sama dengan anak-anak bandar dia suka apa? Okay, depends to answer that question. Okay, I think I answer question number 2 about marijuana. Okay, about cannabis. Okay, health benefit has been debated. What is the known health benefit of marijuana from the scientific perspective? What I can say is yes, marijuana, cannabis has some benefit, but the benefit is not kita kata strong enough to say that it can replace the current treatment. Okay, one of the known benefit of one of the known studies about cannabis is cannabis can cannabis ni untuk to treat cancer patient when they are having side effect from chemotherapy. But the thing is, even though they try to see either cannabis can give better kita kata outcomes, the current method, the current treatment is better than cannabis. So I can say if whatever benefit coming from cannabis, don't worry, it will be available in the hospital to be prescribed by the doctors if you need them. If you don't have cancer, if you don't have certain type of epilepsy, you don't have to worry about cannabis. Okay. Now I want to answer next question about organic product are safer than or synthetic product. This is another misconception yang saya saya terlupa nak masukkan. People have certain perception. Organic is better than synthetic. You as a chemistry student, you would know. Okay, we're talking about synthetic doesn't mean that it is dangerous, because sometimes we use synthetic approach to produce natural compounds. Why? Like I told you, you nak makan theophylline betih tu, 10 kilo baru cukup. Itu satu hari, seorang. What if you have 1 million asthma patient in the world that needs daily? Berapa banyak pokok teh kamu nak tanam? That's not sustainable. You kena clear many lands. You kena replant the pokok. Process them is not sustainable. And the drug, the medicine might not available to make to all because it's going to be very expensive. Okay. As a chemist, you should know this. Kalau tak tahu yang ni, something is wrong with your chemistry education. Tak kisahlah sumbernya, synthetic or natural sources, as long as the structure is the same, the properties is the same. Katakan aspirin, salicylic acid. Kita boleh extract from willow tree, but we can also synthesize them. It's rather easy actually for aspirin. We can produce the same structure with the salicylic acid that we extract from willow tree. Okay. But synthesis is very cheap, easily readable. We can produce the same compound, same structure, same properties to all. Aspirin is cheap actually. to produce, and it's a cheap medicine. What happen if you cannot synthesize them? Ubat tu akan jadi sangat mahal. Contoh, ubat kemoterapi. Macam pokok tadi lah, kementing Cina. You tak boleh sintesis vincristine. That's why ubat kemoterapi memang sangat mahal. Kalau tak ada subsidi kerajaan Malaysia ni, okay, in Malaysia we have universal healthcare system where we are heavily subsidized. Okay, maybe our Indonesian friend knows about this. We are heavily subsidized. Kat Malaysia, kalau kamu sakit, tak payah risau. You have government hospital, almost free of charge. Okay. Sebab kita tak bayar, kita tak tahu. Dia mahal sebenarnya ubat tu. Okay. Sebab the vincristine cannot be synthesized. It's a very long step, 40 and above steps. It's not economical to synthesize them. So what happened? The medicine is expensive. Okay. That's why we chemists here, we are trained to produce compound using organic chemistry. Why? We can produce cheaper alternative for the sake of the humankind. Because the fundamental concept of chemistry, same compound, same structure, will have same properties, doesn't matter it comes from plant or it comes from synthetic approach. Okay. Lepas tu, itu tentang structure compound. There is another term called organic produce. Tumbuh-tumbuhan, sayur-sayuran yang dihasilkan secara penanaman organik. This is totally a different thing. But people tend to misunderstood. They tend to mix things up. You as a chemist should not do this. You should understand clearly what is your real deal. Okay. Organic produce are produced from a farm or plantation that do not use certain types of pesticide, insecticides and fertilizers. Dia menggunakan bahan-bahan yang lebih mesra alam. The main point is to save the environment from the runoff, okay, from this vegetable farm. Sebab racun ni, dia boleh membahayakan alam sekitar, number one. Number two, when you use organic produce, you are having less kita kata insecticide, pesticides on your organic produce, on your produce. Maksudnya, sayur-sayur dan buah-buah tu dia tak ada banyak racun tersisa pada permukaannya. Okay. Itu kebaikan ni. Tetapi organic produce ni dia tidak boleh menghasilkan hasil yang banyak. Maksudnya, in 1 hectare of organic produce, it will produce less vegetables and fruits as compared to the conventional farming. So what happened? Organic produce will be very expensive. So when we say the debates about organic produce and the non-organic produce, it's about how you are capable to purchase the expensive food. Mungkin di Indonesia tak ada masalah ni. Di Malaysia ada masalah ni. Why? The first world problem. We are thinking too much about fruits that we take. Yes, it's true. The pesticide can be dangerous. That's why scientists are studying various methods on how you want to reduce the residue of the pesticide on your vegetables and fruits. Antaranya you rendam dalam sodium bicarbonate. Okay, satu sudu sodium bicarbonate in 1 liter. You rendam 10 minit, you gosok sikit dan you basuh. You pakai garam. You pakai certain special sabun ke apa to reduce the amount of pesticide kat permukaan sayur dan buah. But the thing is that organic produce also use fertilizers and pesticide, tetapi dia tak guna setengah jenis. Dia hanya guna jenis tertentu saja. Bukan tak ada langsung. It's a wrong misconception. If you want to claim your product is organic produce, you need to get certification from the authority. In Malaysia, Kementerian Asas Tani itu semua, dia ada persijilan perladangan organik. In Indonesia, I believe they have the same authority. Okay, I hope I answer your question, Iqbal Hakimi. And next one is Siti Fairuz. The syndrome called Chinese restaurant syndrome that associated with the usage of MSG. Is it true or myth? Betul. Memang ada. It happened to certain people. Tu saya kata hari tu. It happened to certain people only. Kalau you tak payah makan lah. Macam kopi, jangan larang semua orang makan. It's true, betul. Some people it can trigger migraine. You know migraine sometimes bila you kena teruk. I know because I have vestibular migraine. Vestibular is different than the normal migraine. You have vertigo, you have spinning sensation all the time. You cannot firmly stand on your ground when you have this attack. You have severe ache, tak ada kena-mena dengan usia. Then you had the one side headache, especially at the back. Persistent. Day, night for a few weeks. That is migraine. So some people, dia memang makan banyak MSG, dia boleh trigger Chinese restaurant syndrome. Maksudnya kalau dia makan sup, sup tulang kan kita suka ready lama-lama tu. Sebab apa sedap sangat sup tulang tu? Sebab glutamic acid di dalam broth. Orang yang ada masalah Chinese restaurant syndrome ni bukan setakat added MSG je. Broth tu boleh tak boleh minum. Dia akan sakit kepala. Ini yang kita panggil Chinese restaurant syndrome. Okay. Another one is question from Farhana. Is it safe to take stevia? Okay. Stevia is a type of natural product, okay, from a tree that is called stevia rebau something. Dia sebenarnya adalah sejenis diterpene glycoside. It's a type of diterpene. Okay, diterpene. If you are taking natural product subject of phytochemistry, you would know what is diterpene. Diterpene is a compound that contain 20 carbon in the structure. Usually they are not hybridized lah, jarang. Ada hybridization, but usually they are in the form of cyclic lah. In the form of cyclic, depending on type of diterpene, it can take in many shapes. Okay, and it contain 2 unit of glucose that bound together by beta chain. This is the difference. You know that our table sugar or sucrose contain fructose and glucose bound together by an alpha glycosidic linkage. Our body produce enzyme that can digest this alpha glycosidic linkage. The same linkage in our rice. Okay, the starch, okay, either it is straight chain starch like amylose or branch chain starch amylopectin. Okay, they have this alpha glycosidic linkage. Our body can produce enzyme amylase and glucosidase which can broke this chain to produce glucose that our body need for kita kata energy lah. Okay, for energy generation. Sel-sel kita perlukan untuk tenaga. Okay. The thing is, for diabetic people or some people that need to control their sugar intake, that means the only source of sugar that they can take is from their staple food, such as nasi lah, nasi ke, pasta ke, mi ke. Okay. Disebabkan dia ada diabetik, dia kena kontrol gula. Maksudnya tak makan gula lain. Selain dari gula dalam nasi je. So kadang-kadang dia dah biasa makan manis. You accustomed to having sweet drink. So people add stevia. Stevia contain diterpene bound together 2 unit of glucose with beta linkage. Our body cannot digest beta linkage. Okay, so what happen is the 2 unit glucose in this diterpene, they will bind to our taste receptor to give this sweet taste, but it will not produce calorie. In other words, you rasa manis, but it's not sugar. I also use this type of sweetener. Sometimes I use stevia, sometimes I use sucralose, okay? Because you need only 1 drop, okay, to make your coffee or tea become sweet. Yes, you can use that. Our body will not digest stevia into sugar. That can give you energy. But for diabetic patient means disaster. So yes, you can take stevia. Okay, I think the same question from Rido here. Rido, about diabetic sugar. There are various type of sweetener. We have there are 2 types of sweetener. Kita panggil nutritive sweetener and kita panggil intensive sweetener. Nutritive sweetener you makan, dia menghasilkan kalori. Contoh gula putih, macam corn syrup. Itulah adik-beradik dia lah. Starch, certain starch. Itu types of macam madu. Dia contain sugar. Okay. The intensive sweetener, you letak setitik je tapi sangat manis. There are 2 types of sweetener. Intensive, you have synthetic sweetener, you have natural sweetener. Natural sweetener contohnya stevia, licorice, black licorice. Satu lagi apa benda tu? Come from a type of limau di China tu. For synthetic, you have sucralose, you have aspartame, you have neotame, so many. Okay. But I normally use sucralose. Sebabnya stevia saya pernah guna juga. So stevia ni dia ada aftertaste tau. Bila you makan tu dia ada aftertaste yang kelat sikit. So kalau you letak kopi tak sedap. So I tend to use sucralose. Sucralose ni structure dia sama dengan sugar, sama dengan sucrose. Sucrose pula. Betul lah. Bezanya dia ganti dengan N pada carbonyl. So dia tak akan breakdown lah into sugar yang biasa kita makan. So you can add stevia lah in your drinks, but you only need what? 1 drop only. Kalau you need to add like many drop, you need to learn to learn that to reduce sweetness in your food. Kadang-kadang lidah kita ni, especially some Malays lah. I don't know what Chinese and Indians, some Malays. Indians, they tend to add sugar in their spices and their curries. So, sebab tu dia sebenarnya ramai, dari segi percentage, ramai sebenarnya orang India yang kena diabetes berbanding orang Melayu. Tapi sebab kita di Malaysia memang majoriti je Melayu. So, nampak kita lah ramai kan yang kena diabetes. Tapi dari segi composition, orang India lebih ramai. Sebab dia makan nasi banyak dan dia letak gula dalam kari. Kita tak letak gula dalam kari, kita letak ajinomoto. Selalunya orang letak ajinomoto, macam saya letak, saya ganti dengan kentang atau ganti dengan tomato. You know, when you add potatoes and tomatoes in your curry, it's actually to add the umami taste sebenarnya. Tak cukup, bubur je lah MSG, if you pinch MSG into your curry, for example. Okay. Kalau orang Melayu, we tend to have this sweet drink. Kopi kita manis leting. Some people lah, saya tak suka minum manis. Manis, letak dalam tea in your coffee. It habit tau, dia bukan habit. You put apa tu? Condensed sweetener. Susu pekat manis tu. Kacau-kacau. Sedap. Dah lah, manis. Bau gula lagi. Manis. So some people, they need to train their tongue. You need to slowly reduce sugar. Then when you slowly reduce sugar, lama-lama tak minum manis pun okay. Tapi if you need some sweetness, you can add stevia, sucralose. Don't add banyak-banyak sangat. Because too much of a good thing also is not good. Sebab some people, they cannot take aspartame. Why? Aspartame ni, when you eat them, badan kita akan, digest them into some sort of amino acid. Some people with proteinuria yang have problem, that have problem with their kidneys, they cannot take aspartame. And it's family lah. So yang tinggal sucralose dan stevia. Stevia also, some people with kidney problem, they cannot take a lot. Sikit je lah, few drops a day. Bukan few drops in a drink. Saya selalu tak 1 drop je sucralose in my coffee, for example. In my 300 ml of coffee, I only add 1 drop of sucralose. There are many brands of sucralose stevia. So, don't ask me what brand yang bagus. Belilah daripada tempat yang dipercayai. For example, from community pharmacy, or you can get from someone that reputable company. Okay, takut nanti dia campur dengan gula. Okay, so any other question?
We have one question from YouTube.
Okay.
From Amelia Nurkairi. Is it true that chemical-free products are safer?
Chemical?
Chemical-free products. Chemical-free products are safer.
Like I told previously, nothing on earth is free from chemical. So maybe the right question is hazardous chemical. For example, if you use cosmetic product, free from certain compounds that is not allowed. In Malaysia, you cannot add tretinoin, you cannot add mercury, ammonium hydrochloride, some sort of sweet whitening agent. Saya lupa nama dia, something mercury hydrate, apa benda-benda tah, tretinoin. Then another one, you cannot use this thing in your cosmetic product. Okay, whatever else that available in the market that is considered safe is actually okay digunakan. But some people, you are allergic to certain ingredient in the cosmetic. You je lah allergic. You cannot like say to everyone you cannot use this. Because you the only one. Some people said, oh, you cannot use aluminium hydrate or something dalam deodorant. It can cause breast cancer. No, it's not true. So you can get the information from reputable sources. Maybe I cannot answer all question panjang-panjang in this short session. Whatever question you ask me, I've already answered them in my blog. Go to my blog, drcikbute.com. I've written everything in bahasa Melayu. So I think for Indonesian also you can understand my language because I know that my Indonesian friends can understand whatever I say. It's just that there's certain thing that we don't use similarly. Kataan tu maksud dia memang betul-betul opposite. Yang tu saya rasa saya tak ada guna. So you can visit my blog or you can simply translate them into English using Google Translate because I use bahasa Melayu yang standard. So when you translate to bahasa Inggeris pakai Google tu 99% insyaAllah betul translation dia. I can answer everything but whatever question you ask dekat saya sekarang ni semua saya dah jawab. Termasuk kosmetik dalam blog saya. Kalau tak jumpa pergi Facebook saya. Di situ kadang-kadang yang di Facebook saya tu kadang-kadang saya malas nak lagi tulis dalam blog sebab kadang-kadang blog tu panjang sikit dan Facebook tu saya dah pecahkan kecil-kecil.
Anyone has any more questions? I think we have many questions from our participants. So thank you very much, Dr. Cik Putih, for answering those questions and for sharing your insights and your thoughts. Now we will proceed with the last lucky draw session. Who will be lucky this time? We will invite Kozari Nafal for the last time to present our lucky participants' names. Let me remind again to all winners, you need to give any reactions such as thumbs up or by sending messages in the chat box if your name appear on the screen and screenshot your name if your name is appear. Now let's see who will have the luck this time. Hello everyone. So the first name for the third slot of lucky draw is Nurzulaika binti Fakrudin.
Congratulations. If you are here, please give reactions and screenshot your name.
Nurzulaika. Nurzulaika one. Oh, I'm here. Okay, congratulations, Nurzulaika.
Okay, so we have done.
So shall we spin another name?
Let's see who got lucky this time.
Oh, Nur Syuhada Umairah binti Sazali.
Congratulations. If you are here, please.
Nur Syuhada Umairah.
Please.
Nur Syuhada Umairah binti Sazali. You can give any reactions at the chat box or
Nur Syuhada Humaira 1.
Nur Syuhada Humaira
2. Nur Syuhada Humaira 3. So there's no reaction or message in the chat box. So we will proceed with another name.
So who will be the second person for the third slot? Nuzul Amir Aizat bin Hassan.
Congratulations. If you are here, please give reaction or
you can message in the chat box.
Nuzul Amirul Aizat 1. Nuzul Amirul Aizat 2.
Nuzul Amirul Aizat 3.
I don't think there is answer from Nuzul Amirul Aizat.
So shall we spin another name? I hope we got one name for the second winner. Next is Anis Nurhanani binti Abdul Qadir.
Congratulations. If you are here, please give reaction or message in the chat box and screenshot your name.
Anis Nurhanani.
Anis Nurhanani 1.
Anis Nurhanani 2. Anis Nurhanani 3. So shall we spin another name?
Yes, we should. Let's try. Everyone still has chance to win.
Like Nur Ain Shamimi binti Muhammad Nazlan.
Congratulations. If you're here, please give reaction and screenshot your name.
Nur Ain Shamimi.
Nur Ain Shamimi 1. Nur Ain Shamimi 2. Nur Ain Shamimi 3. I think we need to spill again because there's no participant named Nur Ain Shamimi here.
I hope this is the last one. Ding, 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 ding. Siti Fairuz binti Muhammad Syuib.
Congratulations. If you're here, please screenshot your name and give
Give any
reactions.
Yay, we have Siti Fairuz here. Oh, the one who asked question just now.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Siti Fairuz.
So congratulations to all lucky winners. Our organizers will contact you to give the interesting prizes. Before that, I want to inform all of you that we will have a photography session at the end of this program, and all of the participants are encouraged to turn on your camera and can use the background that we have provided in the WhatsApp group. Now, we will have a short slot quiz. You can join by joining the link provided in the chat box. We will pick 4 winners with the most correct answers, and the fastest one will have interesting prizes from us. Best of luck, everyone.
So participants can join our short slot quiz. There are 4 interesting prizes that are waiting for you. By the time we will give a space for Azan before we start our quiz. You may use your real name for our organizers to contact you if you win the quiz slot. Thank you. Everyone is welcome to join our short slot quiz. It's only have 10 questions.
It's a simple one. It's
Yes.
very easy.
We have tried it yesterday.
I think everyone
Can answer all the questions.
easily. It's very simple question. Come and join us.
We have 15 questions, I'm sorry. So come on, everyone. Sorry, we have some technical issue here. Let's wait for a bit. Okay. So we have some more time. You have some more time to join our quiz sessions with the link provided in the chat box. Again, I want to remind that we will pick 4 winners with the most correct answers, and the fastest one will get our interesting prizes from organizer.
Please join us to whoever haven't joined. It's easy. It's an easy question.
Let's give some time for the technical.
Come, let's join.
Okay. Wow.
Wow, that's
quite numbers. We have 24 participants right now.
25.
25. So we will give 1 minute, a minute more for those who wants to join the quiz session.
You are welcome. Please. Tu boleh tu. Kenapa present tu?
Okay. Is it a new link? No, it's the same link. The same link provided in the chat box. I will give. Yeah. So we can start in a few moments.
Keluar lah. Dah tu. 27.
So we will start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone.
Start now.
So, shall we see who will be the top?
The fastest.
Let's see. Oh, I'm excited right now. Let's see who will get the first answer correct. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 participants with the same marks. Boba, Otra, Akili, Erina. Wow. Come on, everyone.
Come on, everyone.
Nadira, we have Nadira, Ain, Nur Maisara, Najwa, Yoyo, Atul, and more. Merus. Okay.
I think everyone.
I think most of the participants have answered a few questions.
But we can see it because there's
But it's okay, it's okay. We can wait. So, wow.
wow.
Akli is at the top right now, followed by Nur, Rafian Shah, and Atul. Wow, it's quite interesting here. Wow, look at that. Atul has reached at the third place right now, followed by Rafian Shah, Alia Fadlina, Shahira, Zulaika, and Yoyo.
Come on, everyone. You still have chance until
all questions have answered.
Yes.
Akli is at the top right now, followed by Nur, Rafian Shah, and Shahira. Let's see. Oh, everyone is catching up right now. Wow.
Ooh,
Nurmaisara at the third place right now, followed by Mai at the fourth place.
Oh,
Alia Vadlina at the third place right now. Akli and Nur is still at the top and the second place.
Come on, everyone.
Oh, it's quite interesting here. Wow, Nurmaisara at the second place right now. Oh,
You're
no.
getting better.
Oh, it's Nur. Nur is catching up right with Nurmaisara, followed by Mai and Tisha. Tisha. Oh,
Wow,
Akli
Nur.
and Nur.
You're getting better.
Alia Faldina at the fourth place right now. Followed by Rafian Shah, oh no. It's Tisha at the fifth, at the sixth. Akli is still at the top. Akli is still in the first place. Oh, Nur in the first place right now. Look at that.
Wow.
Oh no, it's Alia Faldina.
Come on again.
Oh no, Nur back. Oh, it's quite interesting here. Nur at the top, followed by Alia Faldina, Tisha, and Akli. Oh, Akli at the fourth place right now.
Are you alright, Akli?
Oh, Rida is catching up with everyone. Oh, Atul at the third place.
Again,
Wow.
Akli is getting better.
Look at that.
It's catching up.
We don't know yet who is the winner, who is the top four
We
right
still
now.
have chance. I think Shahira is already complete.
Oh, Shahira already complete all the questions. And also Alia Fadlina.
Ah, yes, Alia Fadlina.
So current ranking, Nur is still at the top.
Oh, Akli.
Oh, Akli at the second place right now. Followed by Alia Fadlina, Tisha,
Go, Tisha.
and Atul. Oh no. Oh, Tisha is at the second place right now.
Oh, yo, Tisha is catching up.
Akli at the third place and Alia Fadlina.
Mai,
at
you
the
still
fourth
have
place.
chance, Mai, because you are not complete.
Wow!
Wow!
you just say
Yes.
about her.
I think
Look at that. Mai is at the top right now. Followed by Nur. Oh no, Akli. But a comeback from Akli. Oh no. So Mai at the first place right now.
Again?
Zak. Oh,
Zak.
diam-diam.
Wow.
Akli has completed all the questions.
You still have chance. Tisha also has chance.
Let's wait for some
Mai.
participants to complete their questions. Oh, Boba.
Zak is number one now.
Wow, Zak is at the top right now.
Who is Zak? You suddenly appear here.
Not me. So current ranking, Zak is at the first place, followed by Mai, Tisha, and Akli at the fourth place.
We still need to wait until everyone complete their question.
I think Arina has completed all the questions too. Nirmai Sarah at the third place. Oh, Akli at the fifth.
Tisha is already complete the question. Zak still have one more question.
Zak, Mai, and my Sarah still have one more questions. Oh,
Sarah is complete, so she got the second place.
let's see who is at the top, second, third, and fourth place to get our interesting prizes from organizer. Look at that, look at that.
Zak, have you complete your question?
I think we need to wait the website to reload for a while. Remind me to screenshot the rankings. Not yet, not yet. We need to wait for some times for the technical to resolve the problems. I think most of the participants have completed their answers. We will give some time for them to answer all the questions before we ended the quiz.
Ain and Naziha still have time.
Ain, Naziha, and Zahira. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. We will give a minute for them to complete their questions. So let's count together before we end the quiz.
In 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now we can end the quiz and we will see the ranking from the first place until the fourth place. Oh, look, we have the result already. Okay, yes. Sorry. So, who will be at the third place? Oh, we have to wait for the result first.
Yes. Will come out later, but I think there's waiting here.
It's okay, we can wait.
Okay, so the first place
Goes to
Mai. And second place goes to
Zak. The third place is Nurmai Sarah, and the fourth place is Nur. So all the winners, our organizers will contact you as soon as possible and to deliver your prize. Congratulations to all winners. Now next, we will continue.
Just a reminder that our photo session will be at the end of our program and everyone is welcome to turn on your camera and use the virtual background that has been provided by the organizer.
Dear participants, we are now already at the end of the program. I hope all of you enjoyed this mesmerizing program and get new knowledge and a lot of input about the topics for today. On behalf of the organizer, I want to thank all of you for coming and remaining with us during the delightful event. I am especially thankful to our presenters from Dr. Zurina, Prof. Dr. Suyatno, and Dr. Chepute for their time and valuable contribution. Also, Dr. Nazri Zawati as advisors and our partners as moderator for today. I also express gratitude to the organizers from Chemistry Fusion Club, CFC, and State of University Surabaya, UNISA, who work round the clock to make this two Chemistry in Life program successful. We really look forward for other collaborations together and participation from our active participants in future program from CFC and UNISA.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to fill in the feedback form through the link provided in the chat box for us to improve our performance. Before we officially end this program, let us have a photo session. We kindly ask the audience to turn on the camera. I would like to call Amira Sofia to handle the session.
Oh, ramai je. Everyone is welcome to open your camera. All participants can use our virtual background that we have provided in the WhatsApp group. We will give some time for them to turn on their camera before we snap the picture.
Please join us.
Let's wait for some people to catch the tudung and others. Okay. Okay, someone is waiting in the lobby. So everyone is welcome to open your camera.
Come in and join us.
Let's give a minute, one more minute to them. So everyone can ready? We will take the picture.
Okay, so
Ready? Oh, wait. Okay lah. Ready, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's enough. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone who does turn on your camera. With the end of the photo session, we are now officially ending our program for today. Me, Aina Fafa binti Abdurrahman, and my partner,
Siti Maya binti Mat Salai,
want to express our gratitude to all participants that stay with us until the end of this program. We apologize on behalf of organizer for every mistake and weakness for this program. Don't forget to fill in the feedback form before leaving this meeting. Now we are signing off. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.